Good evening, councillors, staff, ladies and gentlemen. I invite you to bow your head in prayer. Almighty God, we ask you to guide us in all our discussions, to show goodness, honesty, understanding and wisdom in all that we undertake for the benefit of the city of Joondalup and our residents. Amen. Thank you. Please be seated. Nala Kardich Wajak Mort Kayan Kardak Nijabuja. We acknowledge Noongar people as the original custodians of this land. I declare this council meeting open at 6:30 p.m. In accordance with the recording and live streaming of council meetings council policy, this meeting will be video recorded and live streamed on the city's website, with the exception of confidential items and periods of adjournment as determined by the presiding member. Cameras have been positioned in such a way as to avoid members of the public. However, by being present at this meeting, members of the public consent to the possibility that their image may be live streamed to the public. Recordings will also be made available on the city's website following the meeting. The official record of the meeting will be the written minutes kept in accordance with the Local Government Act 1995 and any relevant regulations. Members of the public are reminded it is a requirement under the Meeting Procedures Local Law to act in a courteous and respectful manner while in the council chamber. You are asked to show respect to anyone who is exercising their right to ask questions of the council and/or deliver public statements. I ask that respect extend to such people wherever they are on the city's premises while waiting for or having taken their opportunity to ask questions or deliver a public statement. Under the local law, a person must not create a disturbance by interrupting or interfering with the orderly conduct of proceedings. This includes expressing approval or dissent by conversing or by any other means. Using electronic recording devices to record anyone or the meeting is also prohibited under the city's local law. I would also like to remind members of the public to show proper respect to the city's elected members and the staff during proceedings. The next item of business is declarations of interest. Do any councillors or staff have any declarations on any of tonight's items on the agenda? Councillors? No, I have one. I've received two. There's one from myself. It's an interest that may affect impartiality. It's for item 12.9, wildlife protection infrastructure. It's that I am the treasurer for the Friends of Yellowgonga Regional Park, which has an interest in the management of wildlife within the regional park. I have a second declaration of interest. It's a financial interest for item 14.2 for Director Humphrey, who is the Director of Corporate Services. It's a interest that may affect, it's a financial interest because it relates to the recruitment of Director Humphrey's immediate supervisor. Are there any other financial or proximity or impartiality interests to tonight's meeting? Councillor Pizzey.
Yes, for 12.9, I have, people in Yellowgonga Friends groups and Beanie Up Friends groups are known to me, and some of the wildlife carers are also known to me who have been wanting this to go ahead.
Thank you, Councillor Pizzey. Councillor Chester.
Yes, thank you, Mr Mayor. As I'm the city's representative on the Department of Biodiversity, Conservation and Attractions, Community Advisory Committee, I will be putting in an interest statement. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Chester. Any other further interests? No. The next item on the agenda is deputations, which was dealt with at the briefing session held on the 2nd of December. We then move to public question time. There is a set of procedures relating to public question time, and I will need to ask that you follow my direction at all times. You will have an opportunity to ask 2 questions, and your question should be directed to myself as the chair and asked in a polite and respectful manner. So we keep a register of those people who wish to ask public questions. I have 4 people on that. After we've gone through that register, we'll then ask for questions from the floor. So could I please ask to come forward first Mr. Greg Hinchcliffe? That's correct. And if you could state your name and address for the public record.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. The question is with respect to the improvements on North Shore Avenue in Callaroo. Has the designers considered not making it a separated highway, whatever you call that, and putting a roundabout instead into the car park to make it less costly for both the West Australian Government and the Council, and also improve safety?
Thank you for your question. Director Claassen, would you like to answer?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you for the question. Yes, various options were considered in terms of the safety improvements and access to the coastal car park. The proposal to construct a roundabout at North Shore Drive, North Shore Ave, with a right turn pocket into the car park was deemed the best solution and the safest option to improve traffic movements along that stretch of road.
Thank you. Mr. Hinchcliffe, do you have a second
So my
question?
follow-up question, because I have two, was, so you're confirming that the road will not be have a median strip and will not be split. There will only be the roundabout into the car park. Is that correct?
Director Claassen?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, no, that is not correct. That's not what I said. There's a right turn in the median to the car park. The boulevard treatment proposed is similar to the treatment south of by the Dog Beach, Woodfords Ave.
Thank you, Mr. Hinchcliffe.
Thank you.
The next person on our on our register is Faye Gilbert.
Thank you, Faye Gilbert, 29 Northwood Way, Callaroo. The works on North Shore Drive will negatively impact our environment, our community character and our local amenity. In consultation with our community, could the city consider taking a more low-impact approach to these roadworks?
Thank you, Ms. Gilbert. Director Claassen?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I'm not sure where the impact is that Ms. Gilbert's referring to. The city, as part of the detailed design, is considering the options that look at the retention of as many of the existing trees as possible. So that's already been taken into consideration.
Ms. Gilbert, do you have a second question?
Yes, thank you. I see in this month's agenda in the survey results that one of the lowest scores related to community consultation. Given this result, what steps will the city take to restore some community confidence in the consultation process and where it is applied?
Thank you for your question. Director Parry, would you like to answer?
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor, through you. Yes, we do recognise that it is one of the lowest scores, although we do, when we are benchmarked against other local governments, we do exceptionally well with regard to consultation. The city, though, does recognise that we can always make improvements, and we have attached to the report as well an improvement plan where we hope to focus on those particular areas, which is an attachment to the report. Particularly in relation to investigating those opportunities to improve the way community consultation is promoted around particular projects. So hopefully that improvement plan might provide you with some confidence or comfort that we are reviewing it, and we look forward to improving our scores during the next customer satisfaction monitor in 2 years' time.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Gilbert. The next person on the register is, I hope I pronounced this correctly, Alethea Sheehan? Alethea. Thank you.
Good evening. I'll just change the order of my questions based on the lady before me. The motion, the notice of motion for today for the protection for elected members, how does that sit with what the lady prior to me just mentioned, the community consultation, the principle 4 of the city's governance framework, community consultation, and the aim of the city's commitment to strong stakeholder and community relationships was not enacted, and given this motion aims to restrict what the community is allowed to post on social media while seeking greater freedom of speech for councillors, and also introduce another expense to the community by having them fund any legal expenses incurred by councillor in dispute between the two parties, effectively having the community fund legal proceedings against themselves.
Thank you for your question. Director Parry, I think you're probably best placed for answering that one.
I'm sorry, Mr Mayor. Perhaps the intent of the question is in relation to community consultation?
Yeah, it's. I haven't seen any notification of it. It's just gone into the minutes. It's going to be voted on today before the community's discussed it. It hasn't come out to us, and given its effect on us.
A notice of motion is permitted to be put forward by individual elected members to the council, so the council will need to determine the way in which it will vote on this notice of motion tonight.
Yep.
There is a policy implication in relation to it. It's at the council's determination as to whether it wishes to further consult with the community, but this is the first time that the council will be considering this item that's being presented towards it.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Do you have a second question?
Yes, I do. So this, just is about expenses. I just was wondering what the specific issue with Councillor Jones's expense claim for the beer at the Crazy Horse was. Was it the expense itself, a beer while alone in a club near on midnight, or is it the expense itself is acceptable, is merely the inappropriate venue, so that the Guinness that he bought subsequently closer to midnight at the Blues Club would have been reimbursed?
Thank you. Mr CEO, would you like to answer?
Thank you for the question, and through you, presiding member. The explanation is to be found in the public register of the behavioural breaches concerned in this case, which appears on the city website.
Okay, thanks.
I think to add on to that, there's the finding which you can find on the Code of Conduct register, and the finding related to both, because of course Councillor Jones was on a trip, or not on a trip, but on a conference in South Australia, publicly funded by the local government. So the two elements of the finding related to both the attendance of the venue and then also seeking the reimbursement.
Okay,
Yep.
excellent,
If
thank you
that
very much.
clarifies. Thank you. That covers everyone who is on the register. Is there anyone from the public? Oh, sorry, Mr. Sidiris, I accidentally missed you. You were on the register. My apologies. Mr. Sidiris.
Yep, Mitch Sedaris, Page Drive, Mullu. In my questions 3 and 4, which I've resubmitted, the answers there is that the photos before on the south side of the dune for the pathway with J131 is done after. The date stamp on that photo is February this year, and clearly shows on the western end of that pathway vegetation that was removed by this city during its earthworks. The question then is resubmitted. Please advise me the clearing permit for that action.
Thank you, Mr. Sidiris. Director Claassen.
Through Mr. Mayor, I'll take the question on notice as we need to have a look at the photos. That's not the way we saw the photos, and the staff consider the photos based on the question you asked.
There's date stamps on the photos in the ID, and I'm quite happy to resubmit that with that. The second question refers to, I think it's question 5, and the earthworks done at the base on the beach work. If you read the question, it refers to ground disturbance. Ground disturbance is clearly evident, and ground disturbance is a condition under the native vegetation regulations under the EPA Act. The question is, where is the clearing permit for that work? And I'll resubmit that again.
Thank you, Mr. Sidiris. Director Claassen.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, the city has responded to that question as provided in the written notes, which states that a clearing permit was not required. The works were undertaking to reconstruct the beach access ramps, which was damaged during a storm event in August 2025.
It's ground disturbance, key word.
Thank you, Mr. Sidiris. Are there any other further questions from the gallery? We'll go to Ms. Gould at the front, and then we'll go to the lady at the back. Ms. Gould, if you'd like to come forward and state your name and address.
Hello, Bettina Gould, 12 Shoalwater Parkway, Iluka. I just wanted to get some clarification on a written question that I sent in. Oh, excuse me. The question, just to give you a bit of context, was question 4 that I sent in. Does the city consider comments made by residents on councillors' publicly accessible social media pages to fall within a councillor's workplace? And then the answer said online material can fall under the definition, etc., etc. But what's concerned me here, and I wanted to get some clarity, it said, for elected members, this definition extends to the virtual spaces they are required to occupy as part of their role, such as public forums and their own official social media pages. So may I ask, my question then relating to that is, what is required and what is optional?
Thank you, Ms Gould. Director Parry.
Through you, Mr Mayor, I may need to take that one on notice, but I would presume that where an elected member is representing themselves as a councillor or as an elected member of the City of Joondalup, whether that be their title on particular media pages or it relates to council business, that would relate to an elected member's virtual space. If they're acting as a private citizen on their own private social media spaces and not being a representative of the council and acting in a private capacity, I would assume that that would not be covered.
So it's not... sorry.
Ms Gould, your second question?
Okay, maybe I'll make this the second question. So is it a requirement of elected members to have a Facebook page?
Thank you. Director Parry, is that a requirement under the Act?
Through you, Mr Mayor, no, it's not a requirement.
Thank you.
Thank you. And then if we can now go to further questions from the gallery. There was a lady in the back corner if you'd like to come forward. If you could state your name and address for the public record.
Hi, Julie Hayes, 7 Brunswick Close, Callaroo. Regarding the proposed car park at North Shore Country Club, has the council considered allowing people to park on the grass?
Thank you, Ms Hayes. Director Claassen, would you like to take that?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Currently, parking is allowed on the verge, on the grass verge. Part of this project is formalising the parking on that verge for beachgoers and other users in the community. So from that perspective, yes, it's been considered. It was deemed as an appropriate treatment to formalise that, and that's not the only area where we formalise parking. There's a number of areas where we formalise parking similar to those.
Thank you. Ms Hayes, do you have a second question? Yes, that's fine.
And so can I take that to be a confirmation there's not going to be a concrete car park there?
Director Claassen, if you'd like to respond.
Through you, Mr Mayor, no. My apologies if there was a misunderstanding. The current proposal includes a car park, a formalised car park, which is an asphalt car park.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other questions from the gallery? Ms Kwok, if you'd like to come forward. Before we proceed, I'd like to have a procedural motion to extend public question time for a further 10 minutes. I'm willing to propose. Councillor O'Neill, you're willing to second. Could I have that vote by a show of hands, please? Could I have those in favour?
Can I ask a question on that? Are there many people there for a statement? Because if we extend question time, maybe the statements will miss out.
That's not how it works under the local law.
Okay.
The local law provides 15 minutes for public questions, and that can be extended twice for a further 15 minutes each. Public statement time is allotted separately to public question time, where there's a period of 15 minutes for that. So if we have an excess of public questions, it does not affect public statements.
Thank you.
So could I have those who wish to vote in favour of extending public question time? And that carries unanimously. Thank you. Ms Kwok.
Good evening, Michelle Kwok, 15 Crawford Ocean Reef. What would be the mechanism for the city to change the meeting fees for elected members from an annual payment to payment by attendance, please?
Thank you, Ms Kwok. Director Parry.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I don't have the exact Local Government Act regulations or sections in front of me, but I would presume it would be a council resolution. It's the council that determines how those fees are paid.
Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other further questions from the gallery? No. In that case, I declare public question time closed and we move to public statement time. Again, for public statement time, there is a set of procedures relating to public statement time, and I request that you follow my direction at all times. You will be able to make a public statement for up to 2 minutes, and your statement must be directed to myself as the chair and be polite and respectful. No questions or discussions will follow at the end of the statement. And so we, again, similar to public question time, we maintain a register. After we've gone through the register, I will call people from the gallery if they wish to make a statement. The first person on our register is Ms. Joanne Lewis. If you'd like to come forward and state your name and address for the public record.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and councillors. My name is Joanne Lewis. I'm from 9 Kalani Heights in Callaroo. The Callaroo community has petitioned for transparency and consultation before works commence for the North Shore Drive Boulevard treatment. When road improvements were first tabled, council was offered only do nothing or a single proposal, one that residents believe will compromise the identity and character of Callaroo. The overarching question from the community is why? Residents ask why this intersection was prioritised as a black spot over more than 120 others when the dreadful 2022 fatality occurred 400 metres away due to driver recklessness. They question how the city can claim safety with the roundabout and then propose to widen the road to 20 metres with an 8-metre median that would encourage speeding at the cost of grass, trees and amenity. The city has advised the design is to match the coastal boulevard aesthetic of Whitfords Avenue, a distributor A road that carries twice the volume of traffic. Residents ask why the city justifies the design based on future demand when growth is in the northeast corridor and access to the marina will be via Marmion and Ocean Reef roads, but more importantly, why the design is incongruent with the treatment of Oceanside Promenade. Demand does not suddenly change at Mullaloo Drive. Residents are asking why a car park has been bundled into the project at additional ratepayer funds. The city asserts the car park is for the beach access, a beach that is not patrolled, does not have public facilities, and nearby car parks are rarely full. What the residents actually believe is that the proposal is duplicitous, aiming to serve a private enterprise, North Shore Country Club.
Lewis, I'm sorry, I'm going to have to ask you to withdraw using the phrase duplicitous and about serving a private end. Public statements mustn't reflect adversely on the council.
That's okay. It's what the residents believe. The city's own policies and strategic community plan emphasise community character, environmental protection and sustainable decisions. Callaroo is known as the grassy stretch before Mullaloo, where we walk our dogs, exercise and enjoy our famous sunsets.
Thank you, Ms. Lewis. Ms. Lewis, your time is concluded as well.
We just asked to be consulted on an alternative. Thank you
very much. Thank you. The next person on our register is Mr. Mike Moore, if you'd like to come forward.
Mike Moore, 31 Quarry Ramble, Edgewater. I want to speak about the Performing Arts Centre item. The city of Joondalup is dead at night. Compare it to the other large CBD in Perth, which is Fremantle. Fremantle is quite active. The problem with the city is there's no focal point other than the shopping centre. It needs to create another focal point, and that could be a town square which is flanked by the library, the council offices and a performing arts centre. We don't need a performing arts centre of the scale that was proposed 8 years back, but we do need a performing arts centre to try and create some attraction in the city which will bring people in at night and also during the day. A town square, most cities you go to have town squares. Just as a matter of comparison, York in the UK, which does have a town square, has a similar population to what Joondalup will have in sort of 2050, has 5 theatres. We don't have any at all. We need to do something about that. We need somewhere where the arts in this city can call a home and actually perform there. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Moore. The next person on our register is Bettina Gould.
Hello, Bettina Gould, 12 Shoalwater Parkway, Iluta. I'd like to make a statement in regards to item 16.3, protections for elected members. Supporting safety and protecting open community participation must go hand in hand. Residents must still be able to speak, question and hold their elected representatives to account, because scrutiny is the core feature of democracy. This issue is not about any one person or page, it's about the broader right of the community to speak openly about decisions made with public money using public available facts. Harassment, defamation, threats and harmful conduct are already covered under existing laws. Councillors, like all citizens, already have access to those protections. Qualified privilege already protects good faith speech by councillors. So the community is left asking what new category of speech this motion is really aiming to capture. What concerns many residents is the implied intent, the use of very broad terms such as harassment, intimidation, misinformation and proxy campaigning without clear definitions, thresholds or safeguards for people acting in good faith. This concern is heightened by the motion's call for expanded protections on councillors' speech. If council wishes to introduce new rules and powers in this area, then the standards must apply fairly to everyone, not just residents, but elected members as well. This motion risks blurring the line between genuine misconduct and normal democratic participation. And once that line is blurred, the entire community will feel the consequences. Recently in Logan, Queensland, councillors considered whether ratepayers should fund defamation actions brought by elected members. The proposal was strongly criticised. And just recently we've seen the same backtrack in Rockingham. Residents should never have to fear the costly or vexatious claims simply for engaging in good faith civic debate. And the moment councillors are able to pursue legal action at no personal cost, an essential safeguard disappears. If ratepayers are footing the bill, the natural incentive is to pause, reflect and consider proportionality is lost. It becomes far too easy to have a crack when the financial consequences fall.
Thank you. Your time's concluded.
Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other statements from the public gallery? Yes, the man with his hand up.
Greg Hinchliffe, 6 Kalani Heights, Callaroo. Following on from Joanne Lewis's statements earlier, to finish hers off where she was unable to, she was saying that this is an opportunity with the road at North Shore to engage, to consider an alternative design and enhance the coastal tourist route with low-cost passive traffic measures that provide safety, protect amenity and maintain Callaroo's community character, and that we ask to be consulted. In addition, with my own words and following on from my question earlier, if safety is the reason for the improvements, then a right-hand turn lane heading south into the Western car park does nothing to alleviate the danger of having a car turn in front of cars coming down the hill. Rather, a roundabout would serve a lot better, and removing the median strip altogether would save the city and the state more funds by just providing one roundabout rather than a 600-metre stretch of divided road.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Hitchcliffe. Any further statements from the gallery? No, in that case, I conclude public statement. The next item is apologies and leaves of absence. I've received an apology from Councillor May for tonight's meeting. We have a leave of absence previously approved for Councillor Jones. Are there any other elected members who are requesting a leave of absence? And I believe we've had a number emailed in advance. So if everyone could just check that the dates are correct on the screen. Are there any other councillors seeking a leave of absence?
Could I just request a leave of absence from the
Councillor Hutton?
24th of December till the 11th of January inclusive?
Thank you. Councillor Chester, you also had a... Were you leaning forward? Oh, okay, thank you. Deputy Mayor Rafters.
Yes, thanks, Mr Mayor. The 9th of February to the 13th of February, please.
Thank you. Are there any other further requests? No? In that case, I'll seek a mover for the motion. Moved to Councillor O'Neill, seconded by Councillor Vinciulo. Councillor O'Neill, do you wish to speak to the item? Councillor Vinciulo, any further comments from councillors? No, in that case, we'll go straight to a vote. Do we want to do that one on the screens or by show of hands? Yep. On the screens? Okay. Yeah. They'll appear on the screen in a moment. If you could all cast your votes, please. Councillor Fishwick? Thank you. I declare the voting closed and the item carried unanimously. The next item is confirmation of minutes. There's a note that there is going to be a small correction to the minutes of the 25th of November in relation to item 1219 petition requests. Could I get a mover and a seconder for confirming the minutes of the meeting held on the 25th of November? Moved to Councillor Vinciulo, seconded by Councillor Mercer. Councillor Vinciulo, do you wish to speak to the item?
No, thank you.
Councillor Mercer? No. Any further comments? In that case, again, we'll go straight to a vote. Could I have the voting on the screens, please? If you could all cast your votes. Thank you. I declare the voting closed and the item carried unanimously. The next item is announcements by the presiding member without discussion. The music of Elton John and George Michael will take centre stage at the Joondalup Resort for the city's annual Valentine's Day concert, one of WA's best outdoor concert experiences. On Thursday, the 12th of February 2026, Anthony Clear and Tim Campbell and an incredible band will deliver their acclaimed live show, The Songs of Elton and George. Tickets and full event details at joondalup.wa.gov.au. The Valentine's Day concert is supported by major partners ECU and the Joondalup Health Campus and venue partner Joondalup Resort. The city is also proud again to sponsor the Joondalup Christmas Lunch in 2025, which will be held at Joondalup's Central Park on Thursday, the 25th of December, on Christmas Day. Now in its 18th year, local church groups and volunteers organise this free annual event to bring people together who would otherwise spend Christmas Day alone. A special thank you to the more than 100 volunteers who take time away from their own celebrations to spread Christmas cheer. More details are available at joondalupchristmaslunch.com. Also, season's greetings. On behalf of the city and the council, I would like to take this opportunity to wish everyone in the city of Joondalup a very happy Christmas and a safe and prosperous new year. Thank you to the many people and groups who have made invaluable contributions to the city of Joondalup throughout 2025. Thank you to the CEO and staff of the City of Joondalup for delivering outstanding services, programs and events for our local community with imagination, enthusiasm and care. I would like to thank all our elected members who will be taking a short break in January after another year of dedicated service to the district before tackling the challenges and realising the opportunities that 2026 will begin. And lastly, there's one item which was not on the official announcements, is I just want to recognise that tonight is the last meeting for our Director of Planning, Chris Lee. He's been, for the council, he's been a voice of wisdom on matters of planning and community development. We're all very sad to hear that he's leaving us to the City of Wanneroo later this month. And I'd just like to publicly thank you on behalf of the council and the elected members for your years of service here at the City of Joondalup. So thank you, Director Lee. Thank you. The next item on tonight's agenda is identification of matters for which the meeting may be closed to the public. There are 4 confidential reports, which are on the screen behind me, and 1 confidential attachment for item 12.12.3, which is the tender for the provision of planting, maintenance and truck watering services in the City of Joondalup. So I'm just going to ask the council now if there's any discussion that anyone is intending on item 12.12 on tonight's agenda, and whether that needs to be included in the confidential part of tonight. No, that doesn't seem to be the case. So those items will be held behind closed doors. So I will be seeking then a motion to change the order of business. So I'll be seeking a motion to change the order of business. Those are heard at the end of the meeting rather than interrupting the proceedings of the meeting while we go through the agenda. Could I seek a mover and a seconder to move that? So moved, Councillor Hutton, second, Councillor Mercer. Councillor Hutton, do you wish to speak to the item? No. Councillor Mercer? No. Any further comments? No. In that case, can we vote on the item? And if you could all cast your votes on the screens. Thank you. I declare the voting closed and the item is carried unanimously. The next item on tonight's agenda is petitions. Are there any additional petitions to the 5 which have been received and are on the agenda? No? As per the petitions and as per the presentation of petitions protocol, petitions presented at tonight's council meeting will be received and checked for validity in accordance with clause 511 of the city's meeting procedures local law. Okay, so we can then move to a motion for the petitions which have been received to be received and referred to the CEO. Do I have a mover of the motion? Moved to Councillor Vinciulo, seconded by Councillor O'Neill. Councillor Vinciulo, any comments on receiving the petitions?
Not this evening, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Vinciulo. Councillor O'Neill? No? Any further comments on the petitions? In that case, we'll again just go straight to the vote. If we could, just vote on the screens, please. Thank you. I declare the voting closed and the item is carried unanimously. The next item for tonight is the report section of the agenda. So I will go round the room and I'll ask which councillors have items that they wish to withdraw. There's also a number which require absolute majorities, and if nobody withdraws those, I will be seeking to withdraw those items. So I think last month we started with the Deputy Mayor, so Councillor Fishwick. Thank you. Councillor O'Neill.
Thank you, Deputy Mr. Mayor. Sorry. Item 12.10. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Chester.
None this evening, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Vinciulo.
None for me this evening, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Count.
None for me, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Pizzi.
If no one withdraws 12.9, I would like it withdrawn so I can move my alternate.
Yes, that's fine. Okay.
That's it, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Mercer.
No, thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Hutton.
Thank you. I'd just like to withdraw the policy committee reports as chair of the committee. I'll be moving the committee recommendations, except for on item 13.2.3, where I'll be moving the alternate, which was requested by Councillor May at the last meeting, which was circulated in the briefing pack.
Thank you. And Councillor Hutton, do you wish to speak to all of the items of the policy agenda, or is it that you're just withdrawing them in preference if somebody else does?
Yeah, I'm planning to withdraw and just move the motion, but I'm happy for others to speak.
Okay, thank you. And Councillor Hill.
No items tonight, Mr. Mayor, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hill. In that case, I will seek, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. 12.2, 12.7, 12.13, 13.4.1, and 13.3.3, please.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. So I'll just double check if there's any additional items that require absolute majorities. Deputy Mayor, I'll be asking you also to withdraw 13.1.1 as it's an absolute majority as Chair of the Audit and Risk Committee. And then, of course, there's the annual financial report, as the Deputy Mayor is already withdrawing. There's two items, which is 14.1 and 14.2, which are reports to the CEO, which I'll be seeking to withdraw, given that they require absolute majorities. Councillor O'Neill.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor. 16.1 as well, if that's not obvious.
Oh, yeah, that was a given thing. That was a given. Thank you, Councillor O'Neill. that case, we commence tonight at item 12.2, which is the Access and Inclusion Plan. Deputy Mayor, do you wish to move the officer's recommendation?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. I'll second whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So a range of queries in terms of the updates that we have in place was in the report. In terms of outcome 7, in terms of the first one, which is the Access and Inclusion Plan. Well, first of all, we'll jump to 7.1, the recruitment policies and practices. Where it refers to 100% of eligible vacancies are advertised through non-mainstream avenues. Could we get some clarification on how and what those avenues are, please?
Thank you. Director Parry or Director Lee for that one? Director Parry.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll need to take that question on notice. Thank you.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor.
Thank you. Within the same item where we refer to application of section 66S or 66R for vacancies, no applications were identified for advertisement via those sections for 24-25. Just curious, are any positions within the city identified for potential inclusion when they become available?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Director Parry.
Through Mr. Mayor, sorry, I'll need to take that one on notice as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you. The one underneath, in terms of apprenticeships, traineeships or cadetships, none were considered in 24-25. Do we have a view on going forward? And also, how many did we do in the prior year? Thanks.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Director Parry.
Through Mr. Mayor, I'm not too sure of the number that we've had in previous years, but I do know that with the current budget parameters that are facing the city and the staffing costs need to be frozen over the next 3 years, that careful consideration will be given to the employment of those particular types of positions.
Deputy Mayor.
Thank you. Early on in the report under outcome 2, there's a reference to investigating an access upgrade to the parking and entry of Joondalup Library. So just curious as to why that would be considered, considering we've already got access through the car park, and then what was the anticipated cost of implementing that new access, and what was the cost of the report?
Thank you. Director Lee.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor. We'll take that question on notice and provide some more detail, but I can advise that there's no formal project or project plan at the moment, so there's no budget that we can provide elected members at this stage, where it's still too early in the process for that. In addition, for identifying access for disability, part of the project is also making sure we provide access for people with prams and the like as well, given they're fairly high users of our library.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor.
Thank you. Just an overall comment in terms of where we are with these plans. I know a number of them are out of date, and we're looking at doing them again in the future. Just curious as to what the process is for monitoring these when they're coming up, and that we stay on top of them so that we focus on, I suppose, maintaining those core responsibilities that we have as a city, and ensure that these plans are moved and updated. I know there's a number of recommendations to update some of the other areas within the age and other plans listed within this item. So if we could review them more regularly, perhaps we could then reduce the workload going forward. But I'm just wondering what that cycle is and how we stay on top of the schedule of work.
Thank you. Director Parry, do you want to answer that question? Or is it a statement? Yeah. Sorry, Director Lee.
Thank you, through you, Mr Mayor. Thank you for the question, Councillor Raftis. The plans, as you mentioned, a couple of them have now lived beyond their original time periods. We are still able to and do apply the plans. What we had intended to do, because both the age-friendly plan and the access and inclusion plan particularly were both coming to an end, but had different timeframes on which the ending, we did line them up, and the intent is now to fold them into the community development strategy, which is a project that the city is now working on, and it's in our corporate business plan to be progressed through this financial year. But I do take your point regarding the timeliness of the review. The community development strategy is something that we have been working at for a little while, and as I said, it's something we'll progress further through this financial year.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor.
Yes, thank you. As a follow-up, so that strategy would be planned to be delivered before June 26, or would be an ongoing range of work with feedback?
Director Lee.
Thank you, through you, Mr Mayor. I don't have the corporate business plan milestones in front of me at the moment, so I think what I'm best to do is probably take that question on notice. We can provide elected members with the milestones that we have set for this financial year, which will detail what we'll be doing and what engagement there'll be.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor.
Yes, thanks very much.
Thank you. I'll reserve my right on the item. Is there anybody else who wishes to make a question or make a statement or a question? No. Deputy Mayor, do you wish to close? Thank you. If we could then just vote on the item. If we could get the voting on the screen, please. If you cast your votes. Thank you. I declare the voting closed and the item is carried. The next item on tonight's agenda that's been withdrawn is item 12.7, status of petitions. Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Just move it as tabled, please.
Thank you. I'm willing to second. Deputy Mayor, when you're ready.
Thank you. Just a couple of queries, if I could. In terms of point 3 of the recommendation, just curious as to why we're not supporting a request around Windermere Park as an off-lead dog area when we're still working through the overall dog management plan. Would have thought we would wait till the end, but curious as to why we would decide that now.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Director Claassen.
Thank you, Mr Mayor, and through you. The petition request, Councillor Raftis, is for Windermere Park to be used as an off-lead dog park during times when the park is not used for scheduled sporting and community events. As explained in the report, that was considered in 2014 by Council. The main issue with that proposal is the Dog Act requires specific times when you implement an off-leash area, so you can't just say when it's not used. You have to specify specific times. We sought advice at the time, and that has not changed. So the position is that to reconfirm that position, however, consider sporting parks, the potential for the use of sporting parks through the dog management plan, and look at what options there might be through the Dog Act to actually try and put that in place. So that's the reasoning for this, just reconfirming the previous decision, and then look at options through the dog management plan.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you. Appreciate the response. And on point 5.2, references to traffic counts. The two most recent traffic counts, do we have the dates of when those two counts were conducted, please?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Director Claassen.
Through you, Mr Mayor, if you just hold on, we've got that information in here. I think it was in 2022, and sorry, I'm just trying to find that. Sorry, Mr. Mayor, I've found that information now. So the traffic surveys was done in 2019 and again in October 2022, and there were no speeding as part of the counts done at that time.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor? Thank you. I reserve my right. Councillor Fishwick.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. In relation to item 3, which was raised by the Deputy Mayor, can the Director give us an indication when the dog management plan will be presented to Council, as I've had quite some residents wanting to know when Council will consider it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Fishwick. Director Claassen.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. From memory, it is in the first half of the second half of this financial year, so first half of next calendar year. But I'll take that on notice and provide that information out of the corporate business plan milestones. But it is over that period of time, Councillor Fishwick.
Thank you, Director. Any further questions? Councillor Hill.
Yes, thanks through you, Mr. Mayor. Also in relation to item 3 and in relation to the question from the Deputy Mayor, can I just clarify through you, Mr. Mayor, to the Director, is it the case that given that Windermere Park is something of an exception at the moment because of a prior council decision, is it the intention of the city to introduce some consistency there so that whatever is put in place at Windermere Park is consistent with similar parks elsewhere in the city? Thank you.
Thank you. Director Claassen.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, consistency would be one of the aspects that will be considered as part of the overall provision. I also think that other aspects that will be considered is the ability for off-lead exercise areas within suburbs, etc., within a certain walking distance. So that would be one of the considerations, not necessarily that all sporting parks of a certain classification will be classified exactly the same, as there might be other opportunities in close proximity to some of those parks.
Thank you. And a follow-up question, if I may, just on that point then, could the Director just clarify whether there's anything specific to Windermere Park that makes it particularly unusual with regard to other comparable parks in the city? Thank you.
Director Claassen.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, at this stage, not something that I can respond to, but that's something we'll explore through the dog management plan.
Thank you. Councillor Pizzey.
Yes, thank you, through you, Mayor. My question relates to 4.2, where it stated that the installation of barbecues and shelter are prioritised. Could you just tell me, is there a number on those priorities? And if there is, where does the Belden Sandalwood Park sit on that?
Director Claassen.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, the specific for barbecue facilities, shelters and water access points will look at a distribution across the city. Again, I don't have that information, but that's something that will be considered as part of the budget development process and compared with where there are drinking fountains available in close proximity or not. And that's part of that budget development process.
Councillor Pizzey.
Thank you, that's appreciated.
Thank you. Any further comments and questions? No? In that case, Deputy Mayor, do you wish to close? Thank you. If we could just go straight to a vote on the screens, please. If you could cast your votes, please. Thank you. I declare the item closed and the item is carried unanimously. The next item is item 12.9. Councillor Pizzey, I believe you have an alternate.
Yes, thank you. I think the city has it ready.
Thank you. Can you just check the wording? That is the one, I think that's the most recent one that's been circulated. And Councillor O'Neill, you indicated you wish to second. Yes? Whenever you're ready, Councillor Pizzey.
Yes, thank you. That is the correct wording. This motion isn't simply about fencing. It's about taking responsibility for the safety of our community and the protection of wildlife that is part of our city's identity. Every kangaroo strike has a cost. The damage to vehicles, the insurance excess, the medical risk to drivers and passengers, the trauma for children walking to school and residents who witness the aftermath. and the burden on wildlife carers who are forced into the heartbreaking job of euthanizing animals and caring for orphan joeys. These are avoidable harms. We also need to be honest about the data. The police crash statistics do not capture the true picture. People do not call the police when they hit a kangaroo. It becomes an insurance issue and a distressing personal situation. What is accurate is the information we've heard directly from those who see the reality, our local wildlife carers. We were told at briefing just last week of the number of call-outs over and over to this exact location. That is the real data we must pay attention to. Other councils, both interstate and here in Western Australia, have already implemented virtual fencing with measurable success in built-up areas just like Woodvale. They have the data showing the virtual fencing reducing the majority of wildlife strikes, improves road safety and saves money. This is not guesswork. We know how it works and it is cost effective. At an estimated $25,000, this is a modest investment for significant benefit. It is less than the cost of repairing a handful of vehicle collisions. And this motion includes a responsible approach to apply the fencing to the Joondalup owned section, monitor for 18 months and assess effectiveness before expanding implementation. This is a chance for Joondalup to take proactive, compassionate and financially responsible action. We have a duty to safeguard both our residents and the wildlife that make our city a place people are proud to call home. I urge councillors to support this alternate motion.
Thank you, Councillor Pizzey. Councillor O'Neill is the seconder.
Reserve my right.
Thank you. Any further comments or questions? Councillor Hill.
Yes, thanks. Given that this alternate has only been presented with us today and is not part of the formal agenda for this meeting, and given that we have elected members in presence who may not have studied it in detail, and we have members of the public in attendance and potentially watching online who may be unfamiliar with it and wouldn't have seen the officer's comment, could I ask that the officer's comment is read out, please? Thank you.
Thank you. Director Parry, is that your area?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Happy to read it out in full. The officer's comment in relation to the alternate recommendation was the alternate recommendation is not supported. Further research would be required prior to council progressing the installation of virtual fencing within the city. It is not known if virtual fencing along Woodvale Drive is feasible and will contribute to a reduction in conflicts between cars and kangaroos. As outlined in the report, if the council determines to proceed with fencing as the preferred option, site-specific studies should be undertaken first by an external consultant to determine the feasibility, priority locations, costs, impacts and benefits of the infrastructure options within the city, including virtual fencing. The city does not have the ecological expertise to undertake this task. The additional colour-bond fencing that has recently been installed by the city at 95 Woodvale Drive may also reduce the number of animal collisions. It should be noted that the available crash data demonstrates that there has been no reported kangaroo-related crashes on Woodvale Drive for the 5-year period 2020 to 2024. As no funds have been allocated to progressing the installation of virtual fencing within the city, if council decides to progress the initiative and allocates funds as part of the 26-27 budget, council would also need to identify which projects or initiatives within the city's environmental program would not be undertaken in 26-27 in order to offset the cost of the feasibility study. Given the recent report to council on the strategic financial plan and budget parameters holding materials and contract spending at zero real growth over the next 3 years. Outlined in the report, the city will continue to work in partnership with the state government, landowners and neighbouring local governments to implement strategies to manage the interaction of wildlife populations within the urban environment.
Thank you. Councillor Hill.
Yes, thank you. I do appreciate that being read out. I think it's important for the full picture to be understood by all elected members and all members of the public. I'm supportive of attempts to assist our wildlife, absolutely. Mindful of the officer's recommendations and the budgetary issues. Interested to hear if any of the proponents of this alternative have any suggestions for where they'd like to cut funding elsewhere to make money for this amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hill. Councillor Chester.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Look, I want to say up front, I'm not against virtual fencing per se, but a cautionary comment from myself. Recently, DBCA installed a fence along Whitfords Avenue with netting at the bottom to prevent kangaroos getting out onto Whitfords Avenue by digging underneath or indeed pushing underneath. The city also installed a colour-bond fence on private property along Woodvale Drive, essentially to prevent kangaroos moving from Yellowgonga Regional Park onto Woodvale Drive. Now, the point I'm making, the prematurity is simply, do we know whether these physical structures are working? And I would suggest that possibly it is premature at this stage to spend funding to determine the feasibility of installing virtual fencing. Indeed, before we know whether the two fences that were installed are effective, we may not have to go ahead with the virtual fencing. So possibly we should wait a little longer before we consider spending the funds on this experiment, which really is what it is. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Fishwick.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Whilst I acknowledge the intent behind Councillor Pizzi's alternate motion, I understand the genuine concern in our community for wildlife protection and road safety, I'm unable to support the proposal in its current form. The officer's recommendation, as read out by Director Parry, is both prudent and responsible. It clearly advises that further research, expert environmental assessment and feasibility work are required before we can make an informed decision on virtual fencing. At this stage, we simply don't have the data or specialist advice needed to justify committing substantial funds to a project whose effectiveness on Woodvale Drive is entirely untested. Importantly, the crash data shows no reported kangaroo-related collisions on this road over the past 5 years, which should or must factor into any responsible investment decisions that we make this evening. I understand the Department of Biodiversity and Conservation and Attractions is the responsible agency for managing wildlife within Yellowgonga Regional Park, and therefore the state government has far too long been allowed to step back from its responsibilities in this area, while us local government and our ratepayers are asked to shoulder the costs that fall outside our jurisdiction. If fencing or mitigation measures are deemed necessary along the boundary of state-managed land, then a minimum DBCA should be contributing at least 50% of the costs. In reality, the bulk of the funding should sit with the state government, not with our residents whose rates are already stretched, particularly with the city's financial constraints and our zero real growth budget parameters. Perhaps also, just as the thought, vehicle insurance companies such as the RAC may be interested in donating some funds as it could reduce their claims, and they might benefit from it. Committing city funds to virtual fencing without feasibility work, without expert advice, and without demonstrating need and without state government contribution is neither, for me, responsible or justified at this stage. For these reasons, I cannot support the alternate motion, and I believe the responsible course is to adopt the officer's recommendation, continue working collaboratively with the DBCA and neighbouring local governments if necessary, and ensure that any future measures are data-driven, properly costed and supported by those agencies that hold the responsibility for that area. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Fishwick. Any further commentary? The Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I just wonder whether the mover and seconder would consider an amendment in terms of point 2 and just, I suppose, bring it back to requesting the CEO to investigate implementing virtual fencing along Woodvale Drive, inclusive of the investigation required to determine the location and the impact. It's just...
so I presume then Deputy Mayor, you're seeking to strike out the section from implement. And so instead of it's an investigation required to determine the location along Woodvale Drive and impact of fencing. So
Yep.
most of that centre section and the budget element.
Correct.
Sorry, I missed that. It was kind of mumbled. I didn't quite pick up. What is the change that is being suggested?
Councillor Pizzi, if we can direct questions just through the chair when I call you to attention. But the question is, the Deputy Mayor wishes to move an amendment, and in proceeding, actually putting it formally, he's asking if the mover and the seconder of the motion wish to strike out more or less the wording from the word implement to the word inclusive, so that the Chief Executive Officer investigate virtual fencing along Woodvale Drive and determining the location and impact of fencing. Is that correct, Deputy Mayor?
Correct, yes.
Councillor Pizzi.
It does change the motion significantly, but I'm not against that if Councillor O'Neill is not either.
The problem is if it changes it significantly. So I'll get the exact wording from the motion, from the local law. I guess we'll have to test it against that, then whether it can be heard then as an amendment if you believe it changes it significantly. It says that under clause 9.12, sub-clause 2, an amendment must be relevant to the primary motion, which it is, and must not have the effect of negating the primary motion. Does it negate the primary motion in your opinion, Councillor Pizzi?
Not completely. I'm comfortable with changing it.
So it doesn't negate the primary motion then, in your opinion?
No.
Okay. Councillor O'Neill?
I don't believe it negates it, and I'm happy with the amendment.
Okay. Councillor Fishwick, I can see a point of order coming.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I just think that the amendment also doesn't actually address the other clauses, and therefore I have some difficulty with it and just seek some advice from governance in relation to that.
You actually raised quite a good point, Councillor Fishwick, is that if we amend that section turned into an investigation, the allocation of the funding and post-implementation reviews become less significant. Yeah, almost non-functional. Director Parry, do you have a... Councillor Pizzi, can you turn off your microphone as well, please? Thank you. I've considered making the amendment. I think if we do strike out the wording as the Deputy Mayor suggests, I think Councillor Fishwick's observation is correct. That does make a significant change to 3 and 4, negating those points. So I don't think that we can put an amendment of that type. In that way, in that sense, Deputy Mayor, I think it's preferable then that you foreshadow an alternate with that intention.
Yes, thank you, Mr Mayor. I'd agree on that, yeah, because point 4 would have to come out, so I would foreshadow that as an alternate with that change to 2.
Oh, sorry, Deputy Mayor. May I also suggest, if you're foreshadowing an alternate, to give some consideration. I think there was an investigation wording in the briefing pack, if that's what that might help you word something up while we deal with the rest of the debate if we get to a foreshadowed motion.
Yep.
So, Deputy Mayor, do you wish to continue your commentary?
Yes, certainly on the main item. Yes, look, I think the challenge is going ahead and implementing. There's further work required. I understand that challenge. The estimated cost of 25, does that include everything that's required? Perhaps it would have been better to have further information, but within the report there are some indicative figures that are provided, so I mean they have to be relied upon, and that makes reference to between 10 and 26k for a length of around 800 metres to 2.5 k's. So have to rely that would be a good indicative figure. I think being able to look at implementing a stretch along a road that has some issues with kangaroos, and whilst I believe it certainly should be fully funded by the state in terms of looking after that area and that problem, I certainly think this may then enable us to provide some additional safety to the local residents as well as the kangaroos, and also give us a sounding board or a springboard on which to hit the relevant state departments up and say, you guys need to fund all the other areas where we're having similar issues. So that's my thought on it, but in terms of just launching straight into the implementation, it's more around and the specific location. I think having that set out, investigated and come back to us by the administration might give us better information on that. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Before I go to you, Councillor Chester, for a question, Councillor Hutton, you indicated before you wished to speak.
Yeah, I was actually wanting to seek clarity. During the original discussion, Councillor Fishwick, to my understanding, foreshadowed the officer's recommendation, but I just wanted to check that had been picked up, and if not, I was going to foreshadow it, but I was of the understanding Councillor Fishwick had foreshadowed the officer's recommendation before Councillor Raftis suggested his alternate, so I just wanted to clarify that.
Yep. Councillor Fishwick, can you confirm whether you did or did not foreshadow?
I did say I supported the officer's recommendation. I didn't use the terminology foreshadowed, so I have not really foreshadowed it. Thank you.
Councillor Hutton?
In that instance, I was going to request procedurally, if it was possible, to vote on these items individually and to substitute in the officer's recommendation if points 2, 3 and 4 fail.
Okay, I think procedurally it'll be easier if we deal with this motion as a block, and then Councillor Raftis has already foreshadowed his alternate, and then if that fails, then we'll go to the officer's recommendation, which I'll seek you to move in that case. I think that'll be cleanest rather than breaking out particular items.
Yeah, okay. Yeah. I suppose I'll just make a general comment then.
Sure.
If that's the procedure, I understand that's the cleanest way to do it. I would just encourage councillors to not relitigate the same points 3 times as we discuss each individual alternate motion. And hopefully we can move quickly and succinctly to a vote on each point. I think we all understand the arguments for and against each point, so I just make that request. If that's not possible, let's not relitigate the same arguments 3 times as we walk through this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hutton. Any further? Councillor Chester, a question?
I do have a question to the Director, through you, and it relates to my suggestion a moment ago that maybe this whole exercise might be superfluous. The question is, since the colour-bond fence was put in on private property, has there been any interactions between vehicles and kangaroos on Woodvale Drive? And further, how much did that project cost? Thank you.
Thank you. I think there's some infrastructure questions there. Director Parry, we'll go to Director Claassen.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and through you. There have not been any interactions that I'm aware of. Doesn't mean that there wasn't, but that has definitely not been brought to my attention. From memory, the cost of the installation of that colour bond, yeah, I'll have to take that on notice through you, Mr. Mayor, and just provide that information. I'm not sure. I'm going to take a guess, and I don't think that's appropriate.
Thank you, Director. Councillor Chester. Any further commentary or questions? Councillor Joondalup.
Thank you. Through you, just seeking final clarity of how this plays out from this point on.
Thank you. There's still people, I think, who wish to speak. I think there's still the seconder. I may as well. As far as what will happen is we'll go first to a vote on Councillor Pizzi's alternate, which is on the screen. We'll be voting on that as a block. So it'll be, all 1 to 5 will be put together. If that is not successful, well, if it succeeds, that's the council's resolution. If it is not successful, then Councillor Raftis has foreshadowed an alternate. In the alternate, that's about, I believe, I hope I'm characterising it correctly, investigating the need for virtual fencing, particular locations. If that is unsuccessful, then we go to Councillor Hutton. Councillor Hutton's has sought to foreshadow the officer's recommendation, which is more or less the status quo at this time, that there is no budget allocation and that the city will be continuing to work with key stakeholders on managing the kangaroo population. If that sort of summarises the different positions. Yep. Any further commentary? Councillor O'Neill.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Look, I'll just speak briefly to this there. And there's been a couple of things that I did want to talk about. One of them being that there's the statement that there's no actual data on the kangaroos that are hit. We've seen clearly, if you watch the social pages and you look at the people that actually monitor those areas, there is kangaroos that are getting involved in accidents with it. The fact that it doesn't get reported at the time is quite irrelevant in this sort of argument, I believe. An example would be that I hit a kangaroo years and years ago up in the hills. It wasn't reported, however, the car was written off. That brings me to my next point. It's not just about the kangaroos. It's about the people that live in these areas as well. There's a lot of people that travel on these roads. They travel on the roads in the times where the kangaroos are most active and they're most likely to be going into traffic. These sorts of measures go a long way to prevent that. They have been trialled in other places and they've shown that they've proven that it has shown a reduction in the kangaroos that actually do cross into those areas there. The thing that I'd like everyone to consider before they actually vote on this is that it's looking at $25,000. In a few years' time, my son will be driving and he will, like every other young teen, drive in the evening times and all the rest of it. They're inexperienced. They're most likely to come up with those sorts of things as well in those areas if they're driving there in the night or in the morning. I would hate for my son to come into contact as a young driver with a kangaroo. The cars don't come off really well. They come off second best predominantly. The other thing is in terms of the insurance levels there, something that we were talking about earlier. It might be the case that, say, for instance, Bill Jones goes to his insurance company and gets a quote for his yearly insurance. When you type in your address, there might be in the matrix system there that they have, it might be a higher rate of insurance for people that live around areas with kangaroos that hop across the roads and things like that. Those sorts of reported instances, they do monitor that sort of stuff. So I'm looking at this from more than just $25,000 and let's protect the kangaroos. Let's protect the people as well. I do encourage you to get this going and vote for it. The people that clean up this mess, they don't report everything. We talk about the funding. Everyone's talking about how we need to, save money here, save money there. But we also need to save money from the ratepayers. And, these ratepayers have premiums. They have excess premiums that go on to when they hit a kangaroo and they have to get half of their car fixed. It's not a $2,000 or $3,000, sort of job. And those costs are always paid somewhere along the line. I won't talk too much about it because I know that everyone's probably sick of hearing all about this, but I do encourage you to think about these sorts of things and anything else that people have pointed out. The residents of the city, they don't ask much, and this is not a big amount. It's a small amount. We do a lot more for a lot less. So let's just get this done.
Thank you, Councillor O'Neill. I just have a couple of questions to the relevant director. The first one is this: has DBCA provided any advice at this time about the use of virtual fencing in these locations? I think I can go to Director Parry.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, could you just please repeat the question?
Oh, thank you. Has DBCA provided any advice in relation to virtual fencing on Woodvale Drive or any of the other locations which are mentioned in the report?
Through you, no, we've not received formal advice from DBCA. We've undertaken a desktop assessment of the options that are available for different infrastructure types. At that point, there was no trial suggested, so we haven't engaged with DBCA.
Thank you. And the installation of virtual fencing, do you know if this requires any permits relating to fauna, given it's not a passive installation? Does it require any approvals pathways or assessment, either by the department informally or under the EPA Act?
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor. As part of the additional research, that is one of the items that would need to be looked into, whether we would need any formal approvals. We would obviously also need to engage with relevant departments, DBCA, main roads, and other stakeholders that would be affected.
Thank you. Look, my comments on this is I think we should first look to see that we have a kangaroo management action plan that's currently in place. If we go to page 59, there's a number of activities which the city is engaging with currently to try and mitigate the incidences of kangaroos crossing Woodvale Drive or any other road which there's a risk, especially when those roads are within the boundary of Yellowgonga Regional Park. There's fencing upgrades which are currently being considered. There's a review of the speed limits and signage, and seeking funding to conduct kangaroo research into the movements as well as the genetic sustainability of those kangaroo populations. In addition to this, there's also current work being undertaken for investigating establishing a monitoring program of those kangaroo populations and engaging with the community upon fauna awareness, so around kangaroos from those locations. I am very sympathetic to the arguments, particularly around safety, about drivers on Woodvale Drive and the interactions that they may have with kangaroos, especially at dawn and dusk when visibility can be limited. Those areas, sometimes there's fog, which it's not always, there's not always the best visibility at the particular times of day. But then it does go to the question, is virtual fencing the best way to deal with this issue and manage these kangaroo populations over the medium term? And I'm concerned about just jumping in and committing to virtual fencing without conducting an investigation. So at this time, my preference would be for Councillor Raftis, sorry, not Councillor, the Deputy Mayor's alternate motion to look at a study and investigation before committing to any locations. I just think it's quite prudent, especially, I think the missing part in this conversation is as well is that virtual fencing is not the same as an impermeable fence. It's not the same as just putting up a fence and then no kangaroos can cross it. In the locations where where virtual fencing has been put in, there's been percentage reductions in the number of incidences between cars and kangaroos. It hasn't been a perfect solution, so we can go down this route of investigating it and finding out with what is the most preferable location, what is the best way to have the maximum reduction. And the reason why I make that point is that fencing has the appearance of it being impermeable, that the kangaroos can't cross. But in this case, in some comparable case studies, that there's only been a reduction of 50% injury to either kangaroos or driver incidents. Now that is significant, being 50%. There's members of the community who I think reliably have said that there's been kangaroo incidents, but at the same time, a 50% reduction, let's say it's 50%, is not going to entirely solve this problem just by erecting the fencing. There'll still be accidents, there'll still be interactions. And to me, my preference is that I'd rather that there's an investigation into how best to manage this issue and whether virtual fencing is an appropriate way to do that or not. Although I am quite mindful as well of the budget situation. In the strategic financial plan, we did commit to freezing the operational expenditure of the city. So that does mean for a lot of decisions, such as this one, if we decide that there should be an additional 10,000 on this project, there's an additional 10,000 which must be saved in another location. If that is not done, the risk then is we have to apply that to the rates increase for that financial year. So we have quite a tightrope which we have to walk. So I am cautious about if we are spending money, we're spending it wisely and appropriately, and that we do all the necessary checks and investigations. So I'm not supportive of Councillor Pizzi's alternate. My preference is for the route which the Deputy Mayor has suggested. And of course, if that's unsuccessful, Councillor Hutton has the officer's recommendation, which will follow. So I'll conclude my comments there. Any further comments from councillors who have not spoken to the motion? No, in that case, Councillor Pizzi, do you wish to close?
I do, thank you. So, in writing up this motion, I was trying to avoid the situation we find ourselves in, potentially requesting another report on a report that was requested 12 months ago. State government stepping away from their responsibilities does not mean that councillors and the city should as well, and I'm not saying that's what we're doing, but that's what was suggested tonight. This motion does not preclude getting funding from other areas and sources. The comments that it costs too much, collisions costs are already being paid, just hidden, insurance, trauma, emergency response, road cleanups. This is a one-off investment with ongoing benefits and minimal maintenance. If we can prevent even a handful of crashes, the investment pays for itself. There's no crash data showing the problem. Police crash data doesn't record the kangaroo collisions. The most accurate data is from the wildlife carers who have repeatedly attended this exact location. And subjectively, I live in the area, and even though the fencing has been fixed, I regularly see kangaroos out on Woodvale Drive and Whitfords Avenue. We need more studies first. The studies have already been done. City of Swan, New South Wales, Victoria, Tasmania have trialled and documented success. We aren't proposing blind rollout. We're proposing a controlled trial with full evaluation after 18 months. Leadership, in my opinion, means acting on proven results, not commissioning another consultant to tell us what we already know and is available. The new colour bond fencing is enough. It doesn't prevent the crossings. No mitigating measure is 100% or perfect, as suggested. The reductions found in other councils are closer to 80% reduction. Virtual fencing prevents in real time where crossings still occur. Both measures work together and not in competition. Other environmental programs will miss out if we fund this. This initiative is environmental protection. Reducing wildlife deaths supports biodiversity. We are proposing a single line item, not a program overhaul. It's smart allocation, protecting both fauna and residents. It's unproven here in Joondalup. That's exactly why the motion includes a trial and post-implementation review. We don't refuse proven road safety tools just because we haven't used them before. If Swan, City of Swan, Victoria and New South Wales, Tasmania councils can all reduce collisions, so can we. It's not council's role. Road safety and wildlife management are core local government functions. The community expects practical preventative action, not reactive responses after accidents. This protects residents, reduces trauma, and aligns with the city's sustainability goals. This is a small investment that prevents trauma, protects wildlife, and improves road safety. The cost of doing nothing is higher, and in my opinion, financially and ethically, not appropriate. What I will further say to this is that we have had a report. We did wait 12 months for it, and the report is what the city gave to us. And I think with that information, we do have enough information to go on and put them in and do, like I said, a post-implementation review. So thank you for everybody's opinions, and I hope you are supportive.
Thank you, Councillor Pizzi. We can then move straight to the vote. So this is a vote on Councillor Pizzi's alternate, and of course there's the two foreshadowed motions as well. So if we can then open the voting on the screens. Thank you. If you could all cast your votes, please. Thank you. I declare the voting closed and the item is not carried. And so, Deputy Mayor, you have an alternate.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Actually, the alternate that was circulated in the briefing session notes, I'd be happy to move that one as it captures the point 3 of considering the allocation of funding for a study to determine the feasibility, priority locations, costs, benefits and impacts of the installation of virtual fencing in the City of Joondalup at an estimated cost of $10,000 ex-GST as part of the 26-27 budget.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Could I have a seconder? I'll second this one. Deputy Mayor, whenever you're ready.
Thank you. It's just, obviously I think we need to look at how we can do something in this area, and noting also there's regular feedback from residents around about other areas of the city as well where kangaroos are wandering, and raise the potential risks of impacting with vehicles or other vehicles that are being used by residents, particularly, I'm not sure if we've had any of e-scooters hit a kangaroo, but I hate to see what the impact would be. I think it's important the vehicles don't cope well with kangaroos, and we also hear the urban, whether it's any fact to it about automatic driving systems not being able to cope with the random movements of kangaroos. So it is a challenge to understand how they're going to go, where they're going to go. So I'm happy we look further into what solutions we can bring forth to provide additional safety to residents and confidence that they were driving along roads where kangaroos may wander, and kangaroos can wander significant distances. So if we can try and keep them reined in using one of these processes, that would be great. But I just think we need to, as noted within report, further works would be needed. So this is to say let's consider allocating some funding in the next budget to allow that work to happen. And if need be, we'll find where to trim costs in other areas. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I reserve my right. Any further questions or statements? Go to Councillor O'Neill and after that, Councillor Hill.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I won't talk too much to it, but yes, happy to support this alternate. This obviously, it goes a small step again. It's saying that we will consider the allocation of the funding. So it doesn't entirely rule it in, but it doesn't entirely rule it out as well. So I think that I'll be happy to support this one.
Thank you, Councillor O'Neill. Councillor Hill, you are next.
Yes, thanks to you, Mr Mayor. Could I seek an officer's comments with regard to this specific alternative, please?
Thank you, Councillor Hill. Director Parry, would you like to read out an officer's comment, or comments generally?
Through you, Mr Mayor, in response to Councillor Hill, within the briefing notes, which I don't have right in front of me, I do recall that the alternate recommendation wasn't supported, and similar comments that I had read out in relation to the request to read out in relation to Councillor Pizzi's alternative motion were quite similar with regard to the comments that we made within the briefing.
Thank you, Councillor Hill. I actually have the briefing pack, so I'll read it out for you.
That would be appreciated, thank you.
Easier. So the officer's comment reads, further research would be required prior to the council progressing the installation of virtual fencing within the city. It is not known if virtual fencing along Woodvale Drive is feasible and will contribute to a reduction in conflicts between cars and kangaroos. As outlined in the report, site-specific studies would be required to be undertaken by an external consultant to determine the feasibility, priority locations, costs, impacts, and benefits of the infrastructure options within the city, including virtual fencing. The additional colour bond fencing that has already been installed by the city at 95 Woodvale Drive may also reduce the number of animal collisions. It should be noted that the available crash data demonstrates there has been no reported kangaroo-related crashes on Woodvale Drive for the 5-year period 2020 to 2024. As no funds have been allocated to progressing the installation of virtual fencing within the city, if council decides to progress with the initiative and allocates fundings as part of the 26-27 budget, Council would need to identify which projects or initiatives within the city's environmental program would not be undertaken in 2026-27 in order to offset the cost of the feasibility study. As outlined in the report, the city will continue to work in partnership with the state government, landowners, and neighbouring local governments to implement strategies to manage the interaction of wildlife populations with the urban environment. The alternate recommendation is not supported.
Thanks for reading that out, Mr. Mayor. I just think it's important that the general community gets to hear what the officers' comments are for these alternatives. They wouldn't otherwise get to hear it. I look forward to hearing what other elected members have to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hill. Councillor Pizzi, you are next.
Thank you. Through you, how much will it cost for a second report into the virtual fencing costs the city and ratepayers?
Who wishes to take that? Director Parry.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor. It's estimated that the report to look into the feasibility of options would be $10,000.
Councillor Pizzi.
And sorry, can you just confirm for me the estimated cost for 800 metres of virtual fencing is between 10 and 26,000. My understanding in City of Swan, 1 kilometre was 10,000. Is that correct?
Director.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. The costings that were provided in the report were from 800 metres to 2.5 kilometres. In the information that we provided for your alternate, it was 25,000 for the study and the installation of the fencing.
Councillor Pizzi.
Yes. Do you have the data from City of Swan where 1 kilometre of fencing was $10,000? That's the information I have from the City of Swan.
Director.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, the indicative costs that we received were from a consultant who installs the virtual fencing.
And for 1 kilometre of fencing, is that around about $10,000?
Director.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, the report indicates that for 800 metres was approximately $10,000.
Thank you. And the length that I suggested in my initial alternate, was that around 1 kilometre? I think it's about 800 metres.
Director.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, so the amount that we had included within Councillor Pizzi's alternate recommendation was $10,000 for undertaking the feasibility study and $15,000 because we weren't sure of the exact length of the virtual fencing that might be required, so we thought it might be between $10,000 to $15,000.
Okay. The length of road there is less than 1 kilometre. Thank you for answering that. How long will it take the city to get this report back to council?
Director.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, it's difficult to be able to provide a response to that because the recommendation that is in front of you at the moment is about the council considering the allocation of funding as part of the budget process. So the council would need to endorse the budget prior to the city engaging a consultant to undertake the work.
Councillor Pizzi.
Just give me 1 second, please. Okay. So can I request an addition to this motion that adds a time frame of the report coming back to the city after the first quarter from when the budget has been approved?
Thank you, Councillor Pizzi. Do we have a seconder? I don't see that as taking away from the initial motion. Councillor O'Neill, do you wish to second? Thank you. Councillor Pizzi, do you wish to speak to the amendment?
As a council, we had waited 12 months for the initial report to the virtual fencing. I would hate for the community to have to wait another 12 months, whereas are getting hit, and it just gives the city a good period of time, I believe, to get this report back to us after the budget has been approved.
Thank you. Councillor O'Neill.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think putting just a timeline on there is a good thing, and it does, as Councillor Pizzey, give a good length of time that I believe the city could get the report back in that time frame. So I don't have a problem with that. I think it's a good little addition.
Thank you. Councillor Pizzey, can you turn off your microphone?
I haven't finished asking my questions. Is that...
You were the mover, so of the amendment, and the amendment's been moved. So you spoke to the amendment. Councillor Raptis has spoken. So no, it's not you don't have the call at this time. Councillor Hutton.
Yeah, before I speak on the amendment, I would appreciate having the words of the amendment.
Oh, can we just get the wording captured for that, Councillor Pizzey? So can we have the exact wording? So you said with the report, an additional 0.5 with the report to be brought back in Q1 of 26-27.
Yes, thank you.
Which is the same thing, but because Q27.6 is... I will, through
Yes.
you, Mayor,
Councillor Hutton.
probably picking up what's going on, I will ask for a comment from the administration on that amendment.
Thank you. Who would like to comment to that? Director Parry. Ms. Macari.
I think. Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor. In order to engage a consultant to undertake the work, we would obviously have to wait for the budget to be adopted. Then we would need to go through a formal RFQ process, which would take some time. I don't think it's realistic for us to be able to get the report back in Q1, possibly Q2, but that would still be fairly tight. And we obviously have all of the other projects that are allocated in the corporate business plan that would have to be reprioritised to make this one a priority.
Thank you. Councillor Hutton.
Yes, I imagine I did imagine the officer comment would be something of that regard. There is obviously a lot of unanswered questions that would need to be answered in order for me to be comfortable requesting a report in Q1 26-27. It's already been flagged that there's a bit of a process that needs to come through. We obviously don't know whether or not asking for that report to come back sooner might cost us more. There might be a bit of a rush fee on it. I feel like if we're going to go down this path, we either need to wait to have more information from the consultant around what an appropriate timeline would be, or we just need to let the process play out, and as part of the budget process, or once the budget process happens, maybe a motion can be moved at that time around the specifics of the report. But to make that decision now, I think is untenable, because we're basically agreeing to something that might actually, in fact, be impossible, and it might only be possible at a severe premium to ratepayers. So I will not be in favour of the amendment as currently written.
Thank you, Councillor Hutton. Any further questions on the item? Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Question if I can. In terms of the spend of $10,000, is that not permissible under the delegation matrix without having to go through an RFQ process?
Director Parry.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, we would still go through an RFQ process to determine the best consultant to undertake the work.
Deputy Mayor.
Thank you. Considering that might be limited, and are we going to really save a lot of money between consultants if we've got a budget of around 10 for it? So just curious, as similar spends, will we spend $10,000? Do we try and seek alternative 2 or 3 quotes, or we sought to reduce the number of quotes that we would have to go through in terms of getting work done earlier this year? So Just curious if we can get some confirmation, would that impact the timeline? And similarly, as a follow-up question, where we set dates, have we in the past not kept to those dates, but those reports still come through? So thinking of the, for instance, the dog management plan, I believe a report was going to come back to us years ago, but we're still going through that process, but we still continue to go through that. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Director Parry or Ms Macario.
Through Mr Mayor, I'm sorry, I'm not too sure exactly what the question was, but with regard to the quotation, we would be seeking someone who has ecological experience and expertise with regard to these types of facilities. It's not as easy as probably looking for someone to undertake an event. So we would need to find someone with the relevant expertise to be able to undertake this. And we're not sure at this particular time the depth of the RFQ that we're required to, will be required to put together, because we haven't undertaken that work as yet. That work will be undertaken following the budget approval if this is to proceed.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor.
Thank you. Just curious, is it planned that the content of the RFQ would be considered by the council as part of the budget process?
Director Parry.
Through Mr Mayor, the answer would be no. The RFQ could be circulated to elected members when we are going out for to seek that RFQ if it's desired, but I wouldn't say that this would need to be endorsed by the council. That would add more time frame to getting the work undertaken.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor.
Yeah, thank you. No, I was just trying to understand you, because the previous response seemed to indicate that the RFQ content couldn't be determined until after the budget or from the budget process. So just curious as to why that would be the case. Surely, if we are able to determine the RFQ, that would help us understand what we would need to budget. Yeah, thank you.
Director Parry.
Through you, Mr Mayor, we wouldn't undertake work on the RFQ until the council endorsed that it agreed to undertake the work and provide funding for that RFQ to be undertaken. I don't see that there would be any benefit in writing an RFQ prior to the council endorsing that this was the action that they wished to take and that funding would be provided within the budget.
Thank you, Director. Deputy Mayor, any further questions? Any further questions from any other councillors? Councillor Pizzi, I'll come back to you. Okay. Councillor Chester, were you seeking a question? I just have one question similar to Councillor Hutton's line of questioning. For this to be delivered within Q1, that leaves 3 months. If the RFQ, or in lieu of an RFQ, there's a process to a procurement process that takes place. If that takes, say, a month or two, and then in addition to that, the ability for the consultant to prepare the report in that time, is that feasible, or is that even feasible? Is that
Mr Mayor, I think I've answered the query before about probably the likelihood of not being able to get that report within that quarter. We only have a small team that is dedicated to the environment and would have to manage this particular undertaking together with their usual tasks. I wouldn't like to make promises to the council or an undertaking that I could deliver that I would not be able to fulfil. So I'm just trying to be realistic with regard to the timeframes that can be provided here. We will deal with it as quickly as possible. I understand the urgency in which the council would like to consider it, but we would still need to be able to fit it within our work program.
Thank you. And is it likely, if this was agreed to, that this would cost more, either from the consultant to prepare a report within what could be a 30-day period, or be an additional cost onto the administration as well to prepare the report with the consultant in this time frame?
Mr Mayor, I couldn't answer that. Usually there are some additional costs that may be involved, but until we get to that time, I think we would need to, well, if the council still was determined to get it within Q1, then that would likely be an additional cost upon the consultant, but I wouldn't have any idea what that additional cost might be. Dealing with some of the other consultants in the past, it can be quite a significant amount to be able to dedicate their work program to getting things speedily back to their clients.
Councillor Count, do you have a question?
Yes, I do. So it's more, I guess, on the matter of instead of seeking an external consultant, you mentioned that there were no collisions reported in the last 5 years on Woodvale Drive. What collisions were reported anywhere else in Joondalup? What sort of data does the city have internally as such?
I think what I'll do with that question is I'll strike it out because we're dealing with the amendment, which is about the timing of a report. You can ask that question when we come back to the primary motion, if that's fine.
No worries, thanks.
Yep, thank you. Any final questions or comments? Okay, I just have one briefly from myself. Look, I just don't think this is possible. I think to try and get a RFQ, even if it's not an RFQ, within essentially 30 days together after the budget, and then have that presented, select a supplier to be able to do the work, and then after that, that person then preparing a report within what is essentially another 30-day period, and then it must then go to the council meeting for the third month in Q1. So I just don't think that time frame is feasible. Is that at the end of the day, this work would all have to be done within 60 days after the budget, after June 30. So I just don't think that this is a possible route. So I think in that case, I'd encourage everyone not to support it. I think if it is supported, I think either A, the time frame is the council decision, either A, will just not be met, the time frame is just not going to be adhered to, or in the secondary sense, to encourage a consultant to do a report within that period of time, I expect that there will be an additional fee, which we'll have to front up as well. So I'd encourage people not to support the item. I'll go back to Councillor Pizzey as the mover.
I'm happy to move it as it is.
I mean, your concluding comments for the debate.
Yeah, I'm happy. No more comment.
Okay, thank you. If we can then go to a vote on the amendment. Again, the amendment's on the screen. It's that the report will be presented to the council in Q1 of 2026-27. So that's the first 3 months after June 30 next year. And if you could all cast your votes on the screen, please. Thank you. I declare the item closed and the item is not carried. So we revert back to Councillor Raftis's alternate, and for those people who have not spoken on the item, but I will go first to Councillor Count, who has a question about statistics.
Yes, thank you. Yeah, as was said before, that there were no collisions in the last 5 years. What sort of internal data do we have on collisions elsewhere in Joondalup with obviously kangaroos and cars?
Thank you, Director. Oh, Director Claassen.
Thank you, and through you, Mr. Mayor. The Main Roads Crash Database provides the official data. We use that to assess any crashes. In the briefing pack, we have provided the reported crashes where, with the involvement of a kangaroo, there was 11 hit animal crashes in a 5-year period, 6 of which would involve a kangaroo. And the other 5 was classified as domestic animals. The 6 locations is detailed in the report: Marmion Ave, Woodfords Ave, Lakeside Drive, Joondalup Drive, again Marmion Ave and Woodfords Avenue. Thank you, Mr.
Thank you, Director. Councillor Count, anything further?
I guess, do we also keep records of kangaroo carcasses found by rangers?
Thank you. Director, I think that'll be Director Lee for Community Safety.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor. Not that I'm aware of to hand, but I'd be happy to take the question on notice and check with the team and provide any follow-up, unless there may be records with Waste Service as well, so we'll cross-check both as we follow up on that question.
Thank you. Councillor Count.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any further comments or questions?
Yep.
We'll go to Councillor Hutton because you've asked a lot of questions on this item already. Councillor Hutton, any further questions as you've already spoken to this?
I haven't spoken to
You haven't spoken to this one?
I haven't spoken to this one. I did speak to the amendment, and I did speak to the previous.
No, you're correct, actually.
Yep. Yeah, I'll keep it brief. I don't want to relitigate points as I requested before, but I just want to make the general observation that my main objection to this at the moment falls into kind of three categories. There's the first question around about who is ultimately responsible. I'm obviously conscious as a city, as we are facing major budget constraints, accepting things that are potentially not in our arena. And I think once we put them in our arena, they will stay there for a very long time, and it's very, very difficult to move them out of it. I think we understand how, I guess, bracket creep gets and how different levels of government only want to take responsibility when it comes to cutting ribbons and opening envelopes and kissing babies and those types of things. So I think we have to be very, very careful taking on things that aren't directly in our role. Second to that, the other concern I have is we're obviously, as was, I guess, rightly raised through the questioning of Councillor Count, we are here looking at one road in the city where there's a perceived issue. Obviously, I take perceptions are very often based in fact, but there is a perceived issue. I think there's the risk here that we're excluding other parts of the city where this issue could potentially be worse. You know, we're requesting the data that's still forthcoming. So I'm just very, very reluctant to take on a new level. And I'm not just concerned about the figure, but again, I'm also concerned about the time. We've constantly, as a city, looked to review the staffing levels. And I know that's also going to be a major consideration as we go forward. The more we are asking cities to prepare additional reports, do additional studies, prepare additional RFQs, you know, there really is a risk. Now, that is not to say that as part of the budget process, this can be raised again and we can have that discussion. But I think we do really need to have a citywide approach. We do need to investigate all other funding avenues and advocacy options. So yeah, I just really much encourage those to approach this issue with a great degree of caution. I am obviously aware as well in this local community there is a heightened sense of concern around about the busyness of this road. I do take that, but this is not as busy as some of the other roads that have been mentioned this evening. It's not as high a speed of road. In fact, if anything, we're probably wanting to slow down traffic on this road and make it move at a slower speed. And that might in effect deal with some of these issues. And then finally on that, I'm just not sold on the effectiveness of this technology. I think we've had numbers referenced at the moment that it might drop the rate of collision by 50%. Obviously, the data shows that to have been zero collisions, so obviously 50% of zero is zero, so it's going to have no impact based on the data. And I guess what else can we base it on other than the data? But yeah, I think we really need to take a more broad approach to this. We have to be very, very conscious of taking on additional spending. I would hate to mislead the community by moving this motion today to consider it, for it only to come to the budget sessions and then us not being prepared to make difficult decisions in other areas. So I would rather that we just go back to the office recommendation. Again, I'm happy for this to be discussed again, but I think we really need to have this as a holistic discussion, and I'm not prepared at the moment to give the inclination that we are going to proceed with this, especially when there is a cost involved of $10,000. Yes, I accept that people probably would like to see this happening, but unfortunately, we're not in a financial position where we can do the likes at the moment. We have to really focus on the needs. And I do not determine this to be a need that's within the core responsibility of the City of Joondalup. So I encourage you all to support the original officer's recommendation and vote against this. And if you want to discuss again in the budget sessions, happy to do so. But I would like you to come forward with where the alternate savings are coming from. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Pizzey.
Okay, thank you, through you, Chair. The kangaroo management plan that puts this directly in our area of responsibility, which was actually voted on by council. The fence is actually a movable fence, so it could be moved to other parts of the city to do further studies in other sections once it was found to be a positive benefit in Woodvale, and as suggested, Woodvale Drive is about to get probably much busier and already is. So there is a need in that spot here in the city. I have concerns with this motion paying $10,000 for a report and waiting a further length of time for that report when the community has already waited more than 12 months for this last report to come to us, when the actual fence will cost $10,000 to put in the fence and to do a post-implementation review. However, no fence at all is a much worse option, so I'll be supportive of this.
Thank you. Councillor Hutton.
Sorry, if I may I ask a question which is potentially a clarification question?
Sure.
There's just been a comment made about both the cost involved of doing this report and also the timeline. And I want to see clarity on this, previous officers' comments have signalled that the original motion moved by Councillor Pizzey, if effectively would have done the same thing, it would have spent $10,000 doing a report, and it would have then had to go through an RFQ process, which would have happened after the budget process, and then it would have come back at a timeline. So I'm just wanting to seek, is there actually would there have been a $10,000 savings in a report if we had supported Councillor Pizzey's motion? And second to that, would the timeline have been any more advanced than maybe the case with dealing with it in this way? Or are we effectively just dealing with part one of Councillor Pizzey's original motion and then leaving part B to be a decision of the budget sessions?
Just a point of order.
Yes, I'll hear the point of order.
My comment was in relation to my initial...
Councillor Pizzey, points of order are not points to debate other councillors.
Yeah.
So you need to state what
Councillor
is the point
Hutton
of order
is,
under the meeting
is saying that I suggested on my last motion, but I was talking about the report I put in and requested 12 months ago.
Councillor Pizzey, points of order are not points of debate. You need to raise points of order under the meeting procedures.
Just point of order then. Councillor Hutton was misinterpreting what I had said and is now misrepresenting what I had intended.
Okay. Councillor Pizzey, I'm actually going to caution you on some of those comments in relation to Councillor Hutton. I think his questions were questions to myself or the administration clarifying what was the spend and the timeline. So because you stated that Councillor Hutton's misrepresenting you among things like that, not fairly quoting you, I'm actually going to have to ask you to withdraw those comments. So withdraw you saying that he's misrepresenting you, because they were questions for clarification and you seem to have taken them as...
the questions, when he asked the question, he based it on what I had said earlier, and he actually used my name, I believe.
Yes.
So that misrepresentation is misrepresenting my intention of what that question was, because it wasn't to do with...
Points of order are not points of debate, as I told you before. You need to state a point of order. A point of order needs to be in relation to a clause under the meeting procedures.
And that clause was that he misrepresented what I was saying.
No, at this time you've quoted no clause under the meeting procedures. So instead you've engaged in debate with myself and Councillor Hutton. So you haven't stated any clauses under the meeting procedures. Instead, I'm concerned that your commentary has actually moved to adverse reflections where you've said Councillor Hutton is misrepresenting you, which goes to an adverse reflection about a councillor.
My concern was the same towards myself, not my intention. So I will... What, do you want me to remove
If you could just withdraw those comments.
Withdraw my whole point of order?
No, just the comments about
But that was my point of order.
You haven't stated a point of order under the meeting procedures at this time.
It's misrepresentation, not a point of order, just for clarity, through you, Chair.
To call you, Councillor Pizzi, you don't have a point of order. You need to quote a section under the meeting procedures. Councillor Hutton has asked the question and you've sought to debate the question.
Well, I would have thought
So-
misrepresentation was an adverse reflection on a councillor. I'm asking you for clarity on a point of order, because that was my point of order.
Councillor Hutton, so going to clause 7.14, which is adverse reflections, it says a council member must not reflect adversely on a decision of the council or committee. Councillor Hutton has not reflected on a decision of the council or committee, so it's not under 7.714.1. On 7.14.2, it says a council member must not reflect adversely upon the character. There was no words which Councillor Hutton has used which is reflected on a character, your character. In relation to actions, adversely reflecting upon actions, there was no wording about your actions. There was not an adjective which said Councillor Pizzi has done something wrongful or objectionable, and using words to describe that.
Just for clarification,
On point-
section 1.2b, 7.14, 2b, says impute any motive to a member
Councillor
or
Hutton
employee.
did not impute a motive to you.
I accept that, but I don't accept that my point of order was an adverse reflection on Councillor Hutton.
You imputed.
So I will accept your ruling on that.
Councillor Pizzi, we're not going to debate this any further. I'm going to make a ruling on this. When you brought up the point of order in relation to Councillor Hutton, you said that he had adversely, you didn't use the word adversely reflect, but you said that he misrepresented you. That goes to imputing a motive. What Councillor Hutton asked was a question. And so under section 7.142b, I'm going to ask you to withdraw those comments.
I will draw the comments, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Pizzi. Again, there's no point of order in addition. Do you wish to conclude your comments? Sorry, actually, no, it wasn't. It was Councillor Hutton who had the call in relation to his question. Councillor Hutton, you were seeking clarification around the costs. So the alternate goes to the 10,000. Are you seeking the administration breaking down the 25,000, which was in Councillor Pizzi's motion? Is that correct?
Yeah, and I was just seeking a comparison between what's in this current alternate by Councillor Raftis and what was in the original alternate by Councillor Pizzi, specifically around the costs, but also around the potential timeline and getting the report back.
Thank you. Thank you, Director Parry. Can we briefly outline the costs, which were in the original 25,000 and the 10,000, and the 10,000 that's in this, and then also the timelines, if that's possible?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, thank you very much for the question. As part 3 of Councillor Raftis's alternate, the $10,000 would be allocated to that feasibility study, which would look at the priority locations, costs, benefits and impacts of virtual fencing. That $10,000 was also to be incorporated within Councillor Pizzi's alternate. Councillor Pizzi's alternate also included an additional $15,000 for the installation of the virtual fencing. Councillor Raftis's alternate would mean that the feasibility study be undertaken and be reported back to the council, whereby the council could then make a decision on whether to proceed with virtual fencing or not, giving consideration to where those priority locations, benefits and impacts might be. Hopefully that clarifies things.
Thank you, Councillor Hutton.
And then, sorry, just to finish that off, Councillor Pizzi's original motion in terms of the timeline, there would have been a feasibility study that would have then come back to the council or administration, and then there would have been the installation of the fencing. Would have happened after that, or would that have happened at the same time?
Director Parry.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, that time frame really hasn't been set out in Councillor Pizzi's alternate recommendation, so I can't confirm or otherwise. I think there was probably more of a commitment to installing the fencing at that particular location along Woodvale Drive, whereas the alternate that is in front of you would look at Woodvale Drive and other locations as well to determine where the priority places might be that might provide the best benefit and impact. Councillor Pizzi's was more about a specific location and it being installed.
Councillor Hutton?
No, thank you. That answers my question. Thank you.
Thank you. Any final comments on the alternate from anyone who has not yet spoken? Okay, there'll be some brief comments for myself and then we'll go to Councillor Rafters to close the debate. I'm supportive of the alternate. I think addressing some of the concerns from Councillor Hutton about locations around the city, this does look at alternative locations around the city rather than just Woodvale Drive. If that's a concern about being focused in on one location, there's kangaroos and kangaroo incidences across the city, and I think the report, if that's agreed to through the budget process, will consider those elements. Of course, it is quite a serious consideration to put $10,000 towards this, given our financial position, and I think that always needs to be highlighted when we're looking to have additional reports or services at this time. So I'd encourage members to support the motion to try and investigate this, although if this is not successful, we'll be going to Councillor Hutton, who's foreshadowing the officer's recommendation. And I think it is probably worth as well coming back to is that even if there is no virtual fencing which is approved at this time and it's only a report and we go through a process of investigation, that does not mean the city is inactive to do something. The city is working to be proactive with the state government in partnership to try and address the outcomes that are in the Kangaroo Action Plan. And of course, as I said before, reviewing the speed limits in areas of risk in Yellowgonga Regional Park, looking at other fencing upgrades, seeking grant funding to manage the kangaroo populations there in conjunction with the state government. So I think residents should at least have some comfort that the city is looking at trying to address the kangaroo issues, both the incidents with traffic and also from a wildlife management perspective. So I'll conclude there. And Deputy Mayor, if you'd like to close.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Keep it short. In response, it's not just dealing with one specific location. This is dealing across the board. So there's other areas of the city I have concerns about. So I'd be interested in get that report back and the feasibility study. So I'll limit that and ask that you support this alternate. Thank you.
Thank you. In that case, can we go to the vote on the screens, please? If you could all cast your vote on Councillor Rafters' motion. I declare the voting closed and the item is carried unanimously. The next item we'll be dealing with is item 1210, which is the list of
Mr. Mayor?
Oh, sorry.
Can I just check if we needed a reason for departure from the officer's recommendation?
Thank you, Councillor Hill. Director, do we need a reason for departure from the officer's recommendation?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, you could do, although the council still is yet to make a decision with regard to it, because it's still going to give consideration to this, so it hasn't made a definitive decision at this particular point in time.
Thank you. Councillor Hill, has that satisfied your inquiry?
Yes, I was just making sure, thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Hill. The next item we'll be dealing with is item 1210, which is the list of payments, which will be withdrawn by Councillor O'Neill. Before we proceed, Councillor Pizzi, I do just wish to address some items with you. I just wish to bring your attention to item 8.4 in relation to rulings of the presiding member on points of order, particularly subclause 2, which says a ruling of the presiding member on a point of order is not to be the subject of debate or comment. And it's to be final unless there's a vote of the council to dissent on that ruling. So I thought I'd bring that to your attention.
Thank you. I have it right in front of me. I appreciate that.
Thank you. I'd also make a caution that if it continues under the local law at this meeting, I may make a determination in clause 8.5. So, thank you. If we could move on to item 1210. Councillor O'Neill.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to move the item as written, please.
Thank you. Do we have a seconder? Seconder, Deputy Mayor. Councillor O'Neill, when you're ready.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you very much to the city for their work. I know I send in quite a few requests every month in relation to this item. I'm happy to see some of the responses coming back. There is a couple of items that I would just like to make comment on, and maybe a couple of questions as I go along the way there, if permitted. Firstly, just in relation to a claim, there was a distillery and a travel with a $15 tasting paddle of gin. It was approved, however, these times are now behind us, hopefully. Moving along to one of the items there for Galaxy 42, I'm just asking for some clarity in relation to when the support charges for this item actually began, and secondly to that, how long is this expected to be needed?
Thank you, Director Humphrey.
Through you, Mr Mayor, just for the clarity of others, Galaxy 42 trade as a tour and they provide support for our Tech One suite of services. If memory serves correct, Tech One withdrew support for the Tech One product we have in September 2024, and I believe that's when Tura formally began, and we would expect the contract probably to run for at least another 12 months to provide support services until we can switch that particular platform off.
Thank you. Councillor O'Neill.
Thank you. Thank you for the answer there, Director Humphrey. The next one along for the payment to the Grand Chancellor Hotel. I didn't get an answer clearly on that. Was the cost of $1,250 the full cost as it states? It was only a deposit. I'm just wanting to get that very clearly.
Okay. Director Claassen.
Through Mr Mayor, that was the full cost for 5 nights of accommodation.
Thank you, Director Glassen. In relation to the $50 provision gift vouchers, it was stated that was an on-the-spot reward. Just wondering what specifically warranted that reward. Happy to take that on notice. The travel reimbursement for the summit expenses. Great to see Mr Wilcock not having alcoholic beverages on the city's accounts.
Councillor O'Neill, I'll just caution you to try and not.
I withdraw the comment.
Comments.
Thank you.
Yep.
And just in relation to the approved amounts for the payment to Millian Aboriginal Services Proprietary Limited for the amount of $5,628. I did request who approved the amounts and still have not received an answer to that. So I'm just seeking an answer to that, please.
Thank you. Director Humphrey.
Through you, Mr Mayor, the Little Feet Festival is organised by the Leisure and Cultural Services team. Ultimately, I'm responsible for that team, so I would take responsibility for that payment.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. That's all.
Thank you. As the seconder, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. A couple of queries, responses. The response regarding Leica in terms of the website, can we clarify the difference between the provision of annual support and what we refer to as annual website costs? What is the difference? I would have thought both mean the same. Thank you.
Thank you. Director Humphrey.
Through you, Mr Mayor, I'd have to take the question notice and provide the information by way of an email. Leica do provide the city's web hosting service, and there would be various components to that. One would be the actual content management system, and the second would be the bandwidth that's actually consumed by it. But I'll take the question notice and provide the information to elected members.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor.
Thank you. And the responses for the query on Paxis Australia in terms of monthly charges. There was 2 charges of 18 and 17K referred to monthly charges. Clarify which month and exactly what work they're doing on that project, please.
Thank you. Director Humphrey.
Through you, Mr Mayor, the city engages a consultant through Paxis Australia to assist with Project Axiom. The reason the 2 payments are likely in 1 month is due to the timing of the receiving of the invoices. I can confirm we only have the 1 consultant and we only pay that approximately $1,000 per month.
Deputy Mayor.
So thank you. Just seeking clarity on the exact work. Are they programming? What exactly are they doing?
Director Humphrey. Or Mr CEO.
Thank you, Councillor Afterson, through you, Mr Mayor. That work is on the finance and operations stream, one of the 2 streams, the other being the customer engagement stream under Project Axiom.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor.
Thank you for the clarity on what area they're working on. Just curious as to what they're actually doing. Like, what do they do each day when they turn up to earn the money we're paying them? Yeah.
Thank you. Mr. Sear.
Thank you again, Councillor Afters, and again through you, Mr. Mayor. I'll take that on notice.
Thank you. Any further questions or comments on the list of payments? In that case, Councillor O'Neill, do you wish to close?
Nope, that's fine. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor O'Neill. In that case, if we can vote on the screens. If you could cast your votes. Thank you. I declare the voting closed and the item is carried. The next item we have is item 13.1.1, the appointment of the external member. And Deputy Mayor, I've asked you to withdraw this as it's an absolute majority item.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to move it as it is tabled. Thank you.
I'm willing to second. Deputy Mayor.
Thank you. Not much to say. I think it's pretty clear. It's just seeking the CEO to prepare a process on it, noting we don't currently have an independent member, and we know the changes coming through the Local Government Act are intended to have an independent presiding member, and similarly a deputy for that needs to be independent as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I will reserve my right. Any further comments? No. In that case, we'll go straight to a vote. Sorry, Deputy Mayor, do you wish to close? No? We'll go to a vote then. If you could cast your votes on the screens. Thank you. Councillor Pizzey, you'll need to vote being in the room.
I'm just reading it as I've just walked back in from a restroom break.
If you could cast your vote when you're ready. Thank you. I declare the voting closed and the item is carried unanimously. The next item is item 13.2.3, and Councillor Hutton, I think you were looking to move an alternate, which was the one circulated by Councillor May at the briefing session. Was that correct?
Yeah, sorry, I was also withdrawing the other policy committee items, so 13.2.1, 13.2.2, 13.2.3 and so on.
Okay. You're not required to withdraw those or speak to them. It's up to you, because we can do those en bloc. Do you want to speak to them?
In the interest of time, no, I will not speak to them, that's fine.
Okay, so we'll just go to 13 point.
Yeah.
Hang on a moment. That's correct. Sorry, 13.2.4. I'm just looking at the old agenda, which had the incorrect numbering in it. So we're going to the proposed short-term rental accommodation amendment to local planning scheme 3. And there's an alternate from Councillor May, which Councillor Hutton is seeking to move. Okay, I'm willing to second. Councillor Hutton, when you're ready.
Yep, sorry, just give me 1 second. I'm just getting everything to the right section. I was planning to move the other one first. 2 seconds, yep. Yeah, so obviously, happy to move this. You seconding, that's fine. Obviously, we've had much discussion, and we did at the policy committee meeting around this proposed short-term rental accommodation amendment. Obviously, at the briefing session, there was much discussion as well from the community. But just to, I guess, summarise, when a short-term rental accommodation is obviously occupied for less than 3 months of the year, it's completely within the power of the state government. So the decision here is what enforcement measures should the local government put in place when it's more than 90 days. Obviously, there has been recommendations put, which were broadly supported by the committee, and I encourage you all to obviously have a look at that. I expect you've read it. I will just focus on obviously the alternate point 5, which has been introduced by Councillor May at the meeting. This was discussed at the policy committee meeting as well. At the time, we decided not to insert it, but now I think is an appropriate time. Obviously, the question now is when a house in a residential area is being used for a short-term accommodation, there's a question there about whether or not that is now deemed to be a quasi-commercial property. So obviously from a rating perspective, local governments have the ability to rate different properties based on different classifications. The question asked at the meeting was effectively, do we have the power to differentiate the rating of such properties, obviously factoring in the difference of use. So now this is obviously just formalising that. We are requesting that the Chief Executive Officer include options for differential rating for short-term rental accommodation in the 2026-27 budget development process. I would note there is probably some outstanding questions on this that still need to be delved into. We're not actually making a decision to do it. It's just simply making sure that we look into this as an option as part of that process. And I think it's a sound recommendation. Obviously, I think there is some concern in the community about how these properties are governed. And by having this differential rating, potentially we have additional rate base in order to deal with the additional requirements of a local government in administering and policing the use of these types of premises. So as I say, I encourage you to support the alternate recommendation as written.
Thank you, Councillor Hutton. I'll reserve my right. Any further commentary? Councillor O'Neill.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I was just wondering if I could get a comment from the officers in relation to this point 5 on their thoughts on the matter, firstly.
We go to Director Humphrey, as it's about rating.
Thank you for the question. Responding through you, Mr. Mayor. The City is required to prepare a report each year on differential rating in any case, which would ordinarily go to the May Council meeting as a part of the budget preparation. That being the case, I have no concerns about including in that report options for differentially rating properties that are being used for short-term rental accommodation.
Thank you, Director. Councillor O'Neill.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just really quickly, everyone knows I usually say a man's home is his castle. When we sort of start looking at things that people that are renting their home out for short-term accommodation and they're getting penalised by perhaps differential rating, I don't see that as fair and equitable to the residents. So I won't be supporting this alternate amendment. I think we need to be very careful when we sort of put stuff like this up for discussion, especially because it does affect not just, you know, the neighbour that lives next door, but it also affects the people that are renting these homes out as short-term rentals. We're not aware of every circumstance. These people might be really cutting it fine and using this as a last opportunity, and the potential for things like differential rates to be coming in, even if they might be doing it for a short period of time and then getting slogged with a differential rate, which could actually be increasing pressure on the family. So I think it's good as it was. I won't be supporting 5.5, and I would encourage councillors to really consider this one carefully, because it's an easy slope to step on, but it's hard to get off.
Thank you, Councillor O'Neill. What I will be doing with the motion is moving items 1 to 4 separately from 5. 1 to 4 is the officer's recommendation on the policy committee, which is also the policy committee's recommendation to the council meeting. Part 5 is the additional point added by Councillor May, which has now been moved by Councillor Hutton. So I'll split the voting on that, so you can have that option. Councillor Hill.
Yes, thanks through you, Mr. Mayor. Just on the point raised by Councillor O'Neill, could I just ask the Director whether point 5 covers potentially both hosted and unhosted accommodation? Thank you.
Director Humphrey.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, it could do. We'll have to check the data that the state government keep on short-term accommodation approvals. I believe it will be able to cover it, but I will report back to council later on that.
Thank you. Secondly, I was going to ask for the officer's comment to be read out. Councillor O'Neill did touch on it, but I think it's fairly short, and I'll share the burden and I'll read it out myself if that's okay. I'm referring to the briefing pack, so please stop me if it's not the correct one. The officer's comment says, under section 6.33 of the Local Government Act 1995, the local government may impose differential rates based on land zoning, land use, or any other characteristic. The short-term rental accommodation can be considered as a distinctive land use category, and it is possible to impose a differential rate for this category. Currently, the city relies on property data provided by Landgate, and for a new differential rating category for STRA to be considered, the city would need to investigate the administrative requirements for initial identification of these properties for rating purposes, as well as for ongoing update of property records. The city will also need to consider existing system capabilities and understand its functionality to ensure that levying of rates under the new differential rating category does not become a manual process. And I'll just close by referring to Director Humphrey's comment. I believe that the city officers are supportive of this alternative, or that it can be supported. Thank you. I'll leave it there.
Thank you, Councillor Hill. Any further comments? Councillor Pizzey.
How would the city capture the short stay rentals that do not need to be registered on the state registry board to make it fair across the City of Joondalup?
Director Humphrey.
Through you, Mr Mayor, that would also be subject to the report. Ultimately, Council would need to make a decision at what point short stay accommodation would be captured under the differential rate. Our recommendation would be based on the data that we have to hand that would be able to confirm independently whether or not that property is being used for that purpose, which is we would rely then on the state register for people applying for and getting approval for that purpose. If Council wished to pursue another data set or another way of administering it, we would have to consider the cost involved of it.
Thank you. Councillor Pizzey.
That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other further comments? Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I'd support this amendment to come through for consideration. The short-term rental properties do create an additional burden and cost for the city in terms of dealing with complaints, so I see an ability to share and impose those costs back on to the owners as being fair amongst all the other ratepayers. So I will support this to see what report comes back. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Councillor Pizzey.
If I may ask one more question.
Sure.
Just in regards to people who run businesses from the homes, do they get charged differential rates or different rates to people that just live in them?
Director Humphrey.
Through Mr Mayor, no they don't. If Council were to consider that, again, we would be looking for some form of register or database that we could use to impose a differential rate, but at this stage, no, that's not the case.
Do those,
Councillor?
sorry, through you, Chair, do those businesses put extra burden on the administration at times than usual residential homes?
Director Lee.
Thank you. Through you, Mr Mayor. I suppose similarly to the comments the Deputy Mayor made around short-term rental accommodations, any additional work or burden that the city would bear as a result of home business applications or approvals would be around compliance follow-up. So anything that is brought to the city's attention, we would investigate and ensure that a business is operating in accordance with its approval or has an approval in the first instance. Whilst that will add additional work for the city, and it is work that is part of our day-to-day, I also make the observation that we also undertake compliance investigations on residential homes that are used for residential purposes if there's concern that they may be having been built without approval or deviated from their approval.
Councillor Pizzey.
Thank you.
Any further comments? No. I just have a short comment to say I think it's worth exploring this. There's been a number of concerns that have been raised. It'll be hard then whether it's appropriate to put it across the board with the city looking at where or not tourism should be supported or not, and which locations short stay may be appropriate in some forms and other areas where it may not be. But I think all of that can be dealt with in the report. I think it's prudent to look at it. So I'll conclude there. And Councillor Hutton, do you wish to close? No? In that case, if we can go to the vote on the screens.
Point of order, was it separating point 1 to 4 first?
Yes, I can do that. If we can vote on items 1 to 4, and then we'll vote on 5 separately. Thank you. I declare the voting closed, and the item is all items 1 to 4 are carried. If we can now vote on item 5. If you could cast your votes on the screen. Thank you. I declare the voting closed, and the item is carried. We then move on to the next item on tonight's agenda. Will be item 13.4, which is the annual financial report. Deputy Mayor, do you wish to withdraw? Sorry, wish to move the officer's recommendation?
Yes, I'd like to move it as...
Thank you. I'll second. Deputy Mayor, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I wonder if I could please have the Director provide additional clarification to the questions I posed regarding the including of, within the depreciation number, the amounts for write-offs of assets and understanding that process, please.
Thank you. Director Humphrey.
Through you, Mr Mayor, the questions relates to several assets that were written off during the year and some work in progress that was written off during the year that was allocated depreciation. The question raised was whether that was the appropriate accounting treatment. In short, our response states that we have reviewed our chart of accounts and will be changing it when we transition to a new system, but under our current chart of accounts, it is reported that way against depreciation. The Manager of Financial Services and I will undertake to have that corrected for future years, and in future years we will also provide comparative statements as we're required to under the Australian accounting standards, which will hopefully show those write-off amounts being corrected for this year. Unfortunately, we can't do that in time for the adoption of the annual financial report this year, but we can provide the data for elected members to see what the amounts written off were. We have provided that information in table form in response to a question raised by Councillor Raftis, and I'm happy to share that with other elected members.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor.
Thank you. Just for the clarity, the figure of 3.2 was for write-offs, I understand. And one of the large items of them was a footpath of about $1.5 million. Can you clarify why that was adjusted in that manner, please?
Director Claassen.
Through you, Mr Mayor, the footpath in question was the Burns Beach to Madari Delius path. The city implemented that project on behalf of 3 stakeholders, the WAPC, the City of Wanneroo and the City of Joondalup, with funding provided by those entities for their components of the path, also including grant funding. The write-off there was for the section of the paths that were not constructed on City of Joondalup land, noting that it was not funded by the City of Joondalup either.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor.
Sorry, we're saying we wrote it off as an expense because the path doesn't exist anymore, or it's just not on our land that we control?
Thank you. Director Claassen.
It's just not on our land that we control, so we had to write that off as an expense.
Deputy Mayor.
Thank you. And in regards to the other couple of $1 million between this and what was actually adjusted in depreciation, was any of that for current expenditure that was then changed its nature, or was it all writing off prior constructed assets.
Director?
If I understand the question correctly through you, Mr. Mayor, was it all writing off of previously constructed assets? There's a mix of projects that cover the write-off. There was a number of larger items as well where again, we constructed the lights on Burns Beach Road, which was a main roads asset. Some of the assets, other assets that were written off were still assets that we upgraded or removed and still had some residual value that we had to write off.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor?
Thank you. Probably a comment from the Director. What internal control risks do we see as a result of having delayed recognition of capitalisation of assets and the potential write-off of numbers?
Thank you. Director Humphrey?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, there's probably not an internal control risk. The main risk is in the asset values we report. I'm happy to let Director Classen provide any further information he would like, but as I said, the major risk the most significant risk we would face is inadvertently reporting a higher amount of assets on our balance sheet than we should. That is why the OAG have issued an instruction to us to ensure that capitalisations are done within the financial year with which the money is spent, and we will endeavour to do that going forward.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor?
Thank you. Look, overall, I support the report coming through and the timing of it. I think it's job well done to get it to this point. My concern around is this ongoing treatment of WIP or work in progress. It is a potential risk factor for any business, and it's certainly a key risk factor for many businesses out there. It's a way of what is possible within there is an item of expense is capitalised into WIP and then in effect deferred into the following year where it's expensed because, we just acknowledge that it's not an asset. So it is subject, and it's an issue that can be potentially manipulated. So it's something that I see as an important control that needs to be within the processes that work in progress is recognised very quickly, and assets values are correct and expenses are correct that cannot be capitalised. So that to me is an important risk factor that still needs to be dealt with and needs to get the importance it requires. Thank you, but in terms of the report, happy to support it. Thank you.
Thank you. As the second, I'll just say, look, I think it's very positive that the annual financial report is coming earlier in the year each year. The OAG is managing to sign off before the end of the year compared to the issues we've had previously, especially getting the information from the regional councils. So I think that's a really positive improvement compared to previous years. So thank you for preparing the report. Any further questions or comments? Deputy Mayor, do you wish to close? No. In that case, if we can go to a vote on the item. If you could all cast your votes on the screens. Thank you. I declare the voting closed and the item carried unanimously. The next item, just go through votes. So we've come to the end of the reports, which will be heard in the public. So this time I'll seek an en bloc motion for an exception resolution for items, and I'll call them out just so if anyone else, just to double check if anyone wishes to withdraw these. Items 12.1, item 12.3.
Sorry, point of order, Mr. Mayor.
Sorry.
Just confirming it's 14.1 and 14.2. Are they confidential items or?
No, they're not, but we'll be dealing those after with the report section on the agenda, given that's the next section. Yep. So for the exception resolution, item 12.1, 12.3, 12.4, 12.5, 12.6, 12.8, 12.11, 12.12, 13.2.1, 13.2.2, 13.2.3, 13.2.5, 13.3.1, 13.3.2, and that should, oh no, sorry, not 13.3.2, that's confidential. I will check with governance, is that all correct? Sorry, and we'll remove 12.4. Yep, thank you. Thank you, we're ready to go. Could I get a mover for the exception resolution? Moved Councillor Vinciulo, seconded Councillor O'Neill. Councillor Vinciulo, do you wish to speak to it?
No, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor O'Neill? No? And anybody else? No? In that case, if we could have a vote on the screens, please. If you could cast your votes when you're ready. Thank you. I declare the voting closed and the item is carried. So in that case, we have two reports from the Chief Executive Officer, 14.1 and 14.2. So we'll go to 14.1 first, which is the calling of an extraordinary election for North Central. I'm willing to move the officer's recommendation, and seconded by Councillor Fishwick. I think this is fairly straightforward. With the vacancy caused by Councillor Jones, there will need to be an ordinary election called for the North Central Ward. That election at this time looks like it'll be the 26th of March 2026. That date has been agreed to in conjunction with the WAEC. There is a cost, of course, associated with an election, but under the Act, Councillor Jones has provided an effective resignation. So this is the process that now takes place. There is an option for the city to conduct an election, but I think it's more appropriate that the WAEC conducts that election, given that it does provide an extra element of impartiality, and that's where the expertise is as well at this time. So I'd encourage people to support the officer's recommendation, but I will respond to any comments in reply. Councillor Fishwick.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Just a couple of questions, if I may. I note that on page 144 on the agenda and page 551 on the advice from the Electoral Commission, there is not a breakdown of the 90,000 for the WAEC to conduct the election. And I was just wondering, can the city therefore ask the Commission to provide more detailed costings that comprise that 90,000? So there's a cost for postage, printing, staffing, advertising, etc. I believe they do that, so they would have that information readily available as an estimate.
Thank you, Councillor Fishwick. Director Parry.
Through you, Mr Mayor, yes, of course. Thank you, Councillor Fishwick. We can ask them for a breakdown of the costs involved.
Thank you. Second question, if I may. In relation to the costs of venue hire, can we not use, or can we use a Joondalup facility to reduce that cost? We should be able to make one available. That's my question. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Fishwick. Director Parry.
Through you, Mr Mayor, I don't think we've determined a venue yet, because I guess we would like to use a venue that is within the specific ward as well, whereas for the main election that we've just held, that was outside of this ward. So we haven't had a look at that allocation yet.
Thank you. Councillor Fishwick. Thank you. Any further questions? Councillor Hutton.
Yeah, thank you. Just a few questions now. I might make a comment. Just in terms of the costs involved, I note the proposed election date is a Thursday, as opposed to the usual Saturday. I just wanted to check whether or not there would be any cost savings associated with holding on a Thursday. For example, would the AEC staff therefore not be paid weekend rates for the counting of the ballots? And then secondary to that, is it possible, if not already been considered, for us to request for the ballots to be counted during the day, potentially the following day to prevent overtime rates being paid for AAC staff to sit up all night attempting to count ballots.
Thank you. Director Parry.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Through you, these are all matters I think we can raise with the WAC. This item is about engaging the WAC to conduct the election on our behalf. Given that there is only one ward that is to be counted as well, I would have thought that the count would have been much more relatively straightforward than undertaking 6 wards plus a mayoral. With regard to the Thursday date, that's the date that the WAC has said was the earliest date the Electoral Commissioner can run the election. It also, because they're holding, I think, a few other local government elections during that week, and it also fits within not only the boundaries of the legislative dates, but also Easter, school holidays the week after. So they are trying to have the election prior to those particular dates where they might get the best voting outcome that's possible.
Thank you. Councillor Hutton.
Yeah, thank you. And then just on the actual date of the election, given again being a weekday, do we usually experience high numbers of people voting on the day, and do we expect that to be decreased because it's on a weekday, or are the numbers usually relatively small?
Thank you. Director Parry.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I couldn't possibly answer that. The only postal elections I've ever been involved in have been on a Saturday. Most of the walk-ins that occur on election day, I guess, are reasonably rather minimal compared to the postal voting turnout. So it's difficult for me to be able to respond with any confidence on that question.
Thank you. I'll just add on that. From experience looking at the statistics of the return of ballots through Australia Post and compared to the final numbers, I would say, this is my estimate, is that the numbers which are received on election day that are walk-in ballots are roughly about the same number of the preceding day's votes that are received through Australia Post. Most people both post their ballots, as everyone is well aware, so it's equivalent to usually the last 1 or 2 day, probably the last day's numbers which are received, which by that time usually either gets into double digits or is usually not a 3-figure number. So it's not usually 100 and something, it's usually double digits. So that might help your consideration. Councillor Hutton, you had further questions?
Yeah, thank you. There is reference in the report to the election having to take place 4 months from the date the resignation is received, even if the resignation takes effect on a later date. But there is mention to the Electoral Commissioner having the ability to approve a later date. I just wanted to check, so that is the case, but does the Minister have any power in this regard? I do note that in the City of Perth's instance, they managed to hold the election more months out than the 4 months required, in effect waiting to the next round of local government. So who holds that power? Would that be a power of the Electoral Commissioner, or would that be a power of the Minister to defer the election?
Director Parry.
Through you, Mr Mayor, I think that would be the Electoral Commissioner, but we have, our liaison with the Electoral Commissioner has been about conducting the election in the earliest time frame possible. If the council wishes to amend that time frame to be later on, then I guess it would need to make that decision tonight, and further liaison would need to be undertaken with the Electoral Commission, but that would delay the council having to determine the date of the election, because I think we've only got until the 3rd or 4th of January to make that decision.
Thank you. And following on from that, my recollection is it's not in the Act that the Minister has those powers under the Act. The Minister's powers are often quite limited in relation to elections. So there's other powers. She cannot conduct inquiries into elections, and a lot of those matters, most of that sits with the Electoral Commission, not with the Minister.
Yeah, I obviously don't ask this as a question, but I know the fact that Electoral Commissioner obviously recently resigned, so there isn't an Electoral Commissioner, but I assume that'll be worked through. But then I did just want to check, has there been any correspondence with the Electoral Commissioner or the Minister around alternate arrangements being made out with the 4-month period?
Director Parry?
Through Mr Mayor, no, there hasn't been any correspondence. The liaison that we had with the WAC immediately receiving the resignation from Councillor Jones was about holding the election as quickly as possible and trying to find a date that was convenient for the city to be able to make a decision prior to the Christmas period as well.
Councillor Hutton?
And just for crystal clarity on that before I make a comment, I just wanted to confirm that there's also been, has there been, obviously there's been a lot of publicity around this instance. Has there been any communication at all between the city and the Minister, or even the Premier's office, given the Premier seemed very keen to comment on the matter? Has there been any discussion back and forward or any commentary around the best mechanism to deal with this matter?
I think we should start with the presumption of what's in the legislation best represents the Parliament's opinion.
Okay.
But if we go to the Director.
Through Mr Mayor, I'm not too sure of the intent of Councillor Hutton's question. If it is about raising matters with the Minister or anyone else in Parliament regarding the resignation, no, I'm not aware of any conversations. The only conversations that we have had are with the WAC to get an electoral date and to proceed with having the election as the soonest date possible.
I'll
Thank you.
proceed to make a comment then. Just as a general, obviously, I think it's all a very unfortunate circumstance. I'm personally of the opinion that all options should be explored that would prevent us from having to spend $100,000 on an election. Now, when I say all options should be explored, I'm talking about more cost-effective options. Now, those options might be around the way the election is held, the staffing requirements and the like. From observing these elections in the past, I do feel like there is many opportunities for efficiency. I would make the observation that sometimes having the most, not about the quantity of staff on the day, but rather the quality of staff when it comes from the AEC in terms of having it happening in an efficient manner. I would personally like it to be explored whether or not we can not hold this election and effectively keep the position vacant until the next round of elections, or if that's not possible, explore options to fill the vacancy through other means. As I say, I find it a very difficult situation, but to spend $100,000 to effectively appoint someone to council for what is going to be the best part of 18 months. I also have great concern around the quality of candidate that we might attract to a term of 18 months. And I would much rather we explore all other options before we make this decision. So I will not be in a position today to back this motion. I will foreshadow an alternate where we effectively look at and explore other options in more detail. But as I say, I just don't think it's a valuable use of ratepayers' funds. But I do accept that in certain instances the power has been taken out with their hands. But I do think that where there is a will, there is a way, and there is another opportunity to do that. And I do make the observation, I know it shouldn't be significant, but I do make the observation that obviously the ward at which there is the vacancy is the same ward that the mayor previously represented. And I obviously acknowledge that it's not fair on Councillor Mercer to have to pick up the role of two councillors effectively, which is what she's been doing since she was elected. But again, for me, the cost involved in this proposal is so large, especially when we consider how recently we held an election. So as I say, for those reasons, as I say, I accept this might be seen as the best way, but I think there must be another option and we need to explore and find out what that is. So I will not be supporting the recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments? Councillor O'Neill. Councillor O'Neill?
I thought you said Councillor Hill, sorry. Thank you, Mr Mayor. Yeah, it is an unfortunate circumstance that we find ourselves in from the actions of a previous councillor that now we have to move forward. So I will be supporting this. I think if there was a faster or easier way going forward, that the city would obviously advise us of that. So yeah, happy to support this. But yeah, it is unfortunate, but look, sometimes we have to do these sorts of things. So yeah, I encourage everyone to support this.
Thank you. Councillor Hill.
Yes, thank you. Through you, Mr Mayor. Understanding that the city received a letter of resignation from Councillor Jones with an effective date attached to it, could I just ask for some clarification on that date? Is there anything significant about that date, if that's appropriate? Thank you.
Councillor Jones has chosen the date that he has chosen.
Again,
of course, he said that he had personal reasons of why he's made the decision the way that he has. I would just make the observation it is one day before the next ordinary meeting in February.
Thank you. I just thought it was relevant to ask the question because it may be influencing the date of the upcoming election. And noting that Councillor Jones has resigned with an effective date in the future, I'm sure all elected members are aware of the responsibilities of an elected member. Could I just check if there are any obligations on a sitting elected member up to that date in terms of attendance at events and meetings, etc.? Thank you.
Go to Director Parry, but my understanding he has all the same obligations while he still holds office. So, Director Parry.
Through you, Mr Mayor, that is correct. He is still an elected member until that date, so obligations upon him with regard to conduct matters, attendance at meetings, he is still effectively an elected member until that particular time.
Councillor Hill. Thank you. Councillor Pizzey.
Thank you, through you, Chair. Just a question. I note that the city comments here that they have not got the estimated resources to conduct this election themselves. Has the city in the past ever conducted elections like this or any election for council?
Director Parry.
Through you, Mr Mayor, it's my understanding that the City of Joondalup's been conducting postal elections since its inaugural election in 1999, so has been doing postal elections all that time. I think in 1997 we did an in-person election, which probably was undertaken by the representatives of the staff itself. But the WAC pretty much does all local government postal elections. It's only very small regional local governments that might undertake in-person elections. The amount of effort that is required to run and manage an election is quite extraordinary. So I used to run it in person back at the City of Perth, and it used to take me 6 months with a team of people to be able to do it.
Councillor Pizzey.
Thank you for that.
Any further comments? Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Just a question. Note the recommendation makes no reference to the cost being considered in the mid-year budget, so just curious as to why there's no requirement there.
Director Parry, or do you want that to go to Director Humphrey for the budget?
Through you, Mr Mayor, we have included the recommendation that the WAC have required us to place within the recommendation. The cost associated with the election is going to be something that is going to have to be endorsed by the council at the mid-year budget review in any case.
Deputy Mayor.
I understand we would have to have it within the mid-year budget. Just curious as to the consistency of how we deal with putting cost references within recommendations. That's it. Thanks.
Councillor Vinciulo.
Thank you. Through you, just seeking some clarity over dates. In relation to the resignation date of Councillor Jones, if it was earlier or if the timeframe was reduced, would it fit in the parameters of being able to entertain the candidate who came second at the last election?
I believe that's no, but Director Parry.
Through you, Mr Mayor, yes, the answer is no, because that can only occur before the previous election. He was elected at the 2023 election, so that vacancy arose more than 12 months after the member's term began. So you can't use the provisions within the Schedule 4.1a.
Thank you. Any further comments? No, in that case, I'll close. Look, I'd encourage everyone to support the WAC during the election. I know there's been a bit of debate and going backward and forth whether the City of Joondalup it's appropriate for them to or not. But I think it's important that the administration in elections both is impartial and is seen to be impartial. So I'd encourage people to support that as the outcome. I know there's a financial cost involved, and there's been a fair amount of discussion about what is an alternative pathway, whether contacting the Minister or the Premier, or trying to find a different way of filling the vacancy. As I said in response to Councillor Hutton, I would say if we are to look at what the Parliament's intent is that we should first look at what the legislation is. They've recently made changes to the election provisions under the Act, and I would say this process that we're following now is in accordance with those processes that they have determined. I don't think it's right to try and then suggest an alternative pathway to the Minister or the Premier in this case, especially since to do that would probably require extraordinary legislation through Parliament to enable those provisions, or enabling the provision or enabling the Minister to act. There's been some commentary around, even just generally, about whether the person who came second in the election against Councillor Mercer should then fill the position, whether there's a question of fairness around that. Again, I think the question is we should look at the schedule under the Act, and that schedule is only in place for the person who is elected at that time. So if Councillor Mercer ceased to be a councillor within the next 12 months, then that person would fill her position. But Councillor Jones was elected in a different election with other people in that election as well. So we have no idea for the candidates in that election if the person who came second against Councillor Mercer would have still come second in that election. So I think it's important that we do consider, although it's for the same ward, that there is actually a separation of the different offices that are being held. So I think that's an important observation. I would also like to thank Councillor Mercer that she's having to take on, during this transition period of time, an additional work while we work through obtaining another councillor for North Central Ward. So I'd also like to thank Councillor Mercer. I'd encourage everyone to support the officer's recommendation on this to call an election in March next year. Thank you. Oh, Councillor Hutton.
Can I just ask you just one quick final question?
No, because I moved the motion. I've concluded debate.
That's fine.
So if it's on a point of order, yes. If not, no.
No, it would be a clarification, but I won't bother.
We can speak about it afterwards. Yeah. If we can cast a vote on the screens, please. Thank you. I declare the voting closed and the item is carried. The next item is item 14.2, which is the job description form for the Chief Executive Officer. I'm willing to move the officer's recommendation. Do I have a seconder? Seconded by Councillor Mercer. I don't wish to speak to this at length. All this does is us endorsing the job description form so we can go ahead with the recruitment of a new CEO. The current JDF in its form is representative of the obligations and the responsibilities under the Local Government Act, and also best practices from industry. There's also been feedback from the other council members who are on the selection panel at the City of Joondalup for what are then appropriate changes or additions to that JDF. So there have been some small changes to represent what are the priorities at Joondalup and what we're seeking. Of course, that JDF is attached to the report, but I know some of us have discussed this at length already. So I won't go on about it, but I'll respond to comments in reply. So Councillor Mercer as the second. Do you have any comments? No, we'll just reserve your right then. Anybody else? No, in that case, I don't wish to close. Could we go straight to a vote on the screen, please? Thank you. If you could all cast your votes. Councillor Pizzey, thank you.
My touch screen wasn't working.
Thank you. I declare the voting closed and the item is carried. The next item on tonight's agenda is item 16, so that's motions of which previous notice has been given. The first of these is from Councillor O'Neill. Do you wish to move your motion?
Yes, thank you, Mr Mayor. If I could move the motion.
Thank you. Could I have a seconder? Seconded, Councillor Hutton. Thank you. Councillor O'Neill.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. This notice of motion is a really quite simple one. I won't talk too much to it. It's just the council requesting the Chief Executive Officer to publish the attendance records of all elected members on the city's website on a quarterly basis for pretty much the following meetings: strategy sessions, briefing sessions, ordinary council meetings, special council meetings, electors meetings, council-created meetings, example, audit and risk, policy, major projects, finance, CEO, performance review. I won't speak any more to it than needs to be. It's just simply so that quarterly publications can show the ratepayers before, we publish these things once a year, but this way it just moves it across to a quarterly basis on the website. I don't think it's too much of an effort for the city. I could be wrong in that, but I don't think it would be too much of a stress considering all the things that the city is able to do. I think the timing is appropriate, being that it is the last meeting of this 2025, and which means that should this be successful, the City of Joondalup residents will get to enjoy the first publication on the website sometime in March 2026. I'm assuming everybody's read it, and there's not really much more to say to it, so I hope you can all support this motion.
Thank you, Councillor O'Neill. And as the seconder, Councillor Hutton.
Yeah, thank you. I've just got some questions, if I may.
Sure.
Just in regards to council-created committee meetings, I know Councillor O'Neill made reference to such as. I just wanted to check that this list wasn't all-encompassing and that committees such as the Reconciliation Action Committee, the road groups, the community stakeholder engagement committees and the like would also be captured by this.
Sure. Director Parry.
Through you, Mr Mayor, thank you for the question. The officer comment, and I believe Councillor O'Neill's notice of motion is based upon the information that's already published in the annual report. To extend it to all other types of working groups, reference groups and the like would be quite an extensive exercise to undertake. And we don't report that in the annual report in any case.
Thank you. Councillor Hutton, to address your question as well, on page 154, there's the motion text itself. It refers to the following meetings, and so it doesn't refer to meetings such as the RAB. So in that case, it's an exclusive list.
Yeah, I suppose my question was whether or not council-created committee meetings, whether or not that only defined the 4 listed committees, or if that would also include other committees that were created by council that weren't those 4.
Council, to answer it though, but I'll go to the director as well, council committee meetings are committees of council that are made under the Act. So in this case, it would just be the 4 internal committees, not panels and such. They're formally not committees when we constitute them. So the Reconciliation Action Group is a reference group. Same with the Community Reference Group, a reference group. The Charmac Group, the CEO Selection Panel are all reference group, and the external appointments are not council committees constituted by the council. So the answer to your question is no.
Okay, no, thank you. On to the next question. I just wanted to make sure this exact motion came up at the City of Wanneroo, and there was extensive discussion and debate around making sure the report was clear when people had approved leaves of absence. To save us having that debate and discussion and making amendments, I just wanted to be crystal clear. If someone is on an approved leave of absence, is on maternity leave cover, or for whatever reason, will that be clearly marked on this report, so there isn't the perception that someone who has a legitimate reason to not be at the council isn't just absent?
Thank you. Director Parry.
Through you, Mr Mayor, the way in which the report would be published would be a replication of the annual report, which does provide for where elected members were an apology or on a leave of absence, or whether a deputy member attended that particular meeting as well.
Thank you. Councillor Hutton.
Yeah, thank you. And then just final question. just again on it being published on the city's website. Again, when this was discussed in another city, there was extensive discussion around it also being shared on the city's social media channels. I'm just wondering if the publishing on the website would extend to it being shared on the city's social media channels.
I presume no, it says website in the notice of motion, doesn't say social media.
But would the city obviously publishes things on its social media channel? Would the city consider publishing it on their social media channel in addition?
I would say the wording of the motion is your guide on this one. The wording of the motion says website, not social media. The city doesn't own Facebook. It's not their website. So website means the city's website.
So would the city or the CEO, through its delegated power, consider also posting it on the social media, or would that require an amendment?
Mr. CEO or the director? Is that something the CEO would be contemplating?
I wouldn't see the benefit of publishing this on our social media site. It would be published on the website, and that would be up to elected members to be able to share that register should they wish.
Councillor Hutton?
Yeah, that's fine. I just make a general comment. Yeah, obviously I was more asking these questions because these were subject to an extensive multi-hour long debate at another council about what should and shouldn't be included. So I just wanted to check what was and what wasn't included. Now, I'm in support of this. I think for me, being on council, the role for those who fully immerse it is very, very time consuming. We attend a lot of different meetings. Some of those meetings are listed, some of them are not, and that's why I wanted to ask this question. I'm personally very in favour of having as much transparency as possible around the numbers of hours, the amount of weekend time, the list goes on that's spent by each individual councillor on council activities. In that regard, I would love to see this broadened. I'm not going to spend, time now going through that, but I do just put it on notice that I'm happy to trial this as it is, but I would really like to see it expanded, after we let it run its course. I think it should include all committee meetings, it should include all delegated bodies. I am very much in favour of it being as public as possible. I don't just want it kind of hiding in the dark corner of the website to occasionally pop its head whenever it's convenient for individuals to further a certain narrative. I would rather it was right out in the open and it was shared by the city. And I think that would reduce the need for each individual councillor to get involved in the sharing of it, and then the personalities and the conflict that might arise from that. But anyway, yeah, I'm in support of it. I think it's a good motion. I think it's really good that we acknowledge those who contribute a lot of hours and we shine a light on it. And as I say, I'm happy to start here. I take the point that it is going to put an additional burden on the admin, but I think it's a minor burden when you consider this report's already been compiled. We're just sharing it more regularly. But yeah, I would really like to see it be expanded. And I do want to make sure that when people particularly are on maternity leave or are caring for a sick parent, that we're very clear on this, that they're not absent. But I take that the admin will factor those in. So yeah, I encourage you all to support the motion. But if there's an appetite to include more, I'm happy to support it, but also happy to wait till later.
Thank you. Any further comments? Councillor Hill.
Yes, thanks. A point of clarification. I'm looking at the wording on this notice of motion, which is as on the screen there, but underneath there is a reason for motion. And it says in there, in the second sentence on the first paragraph, that published information would include attendance at all internal and external committee meetings, providing a comprehensive and consistent view of councillor participation. I guess my question is that inconsistency between the wording in the reason for motion and the wording on the screen regarding external committee meetings, and just seeking some clarification on what it is we're actually voting for. Thank you.
To answer that procedurally, we are voting what's in the motion text, not what's in the reason for the motion. So the reason for the motion might help contextualize the motion text, but because it's not in the motion text itself, and the motion text, I would say, is quite exclusive on this. It says on the city's website, and it says for the following, and then creates a list. That list is then exhaustive.
Yes, thank you. I think it's helpful for people when drafting notices of motion to make sure that they read and double read to make sure that it captures everything they intended to. And I recognise the officer's comment, which is along the lines of that the information is already publicly available, which I do accept. But I'm no real objection to this notice of motion, because it will end up demonstrating that my record of attendance is extremely good. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hill. Any further comments? No, in that case, I'll go to Councillor O'Neill to close.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Good to see some positive responses to that. Just really quickly, I'll try and keep it as simple as I can. As Councillor Hutton said, this is something that once we look at it, we can look at things that we've missed or ways for improvement. There's always room for improvement, you know, if this notice of motion is successful. In relation to posting on Facebook and that, the city, I believe, from recollection there, that the boosted post costs about $1,200. So if we snapshot that attendance record ourselves, put it on our own Facebook post, we're saving the city $1,200 from doing that as well. So yeah, that pretty much sums it all up, and I hope you can all support this motion.
Thank you, Councillor O'Neill. I guess we can vote on the motion when we're ready. If you could all cast your votes. Thank you. I declare the voting closed and the item is carried unanimously. The next item is item 16.2 from Councillor Hutton, Sister City Relationship.
Yeah, I'm going to be withdrawing this motion and resubmitting it at the next meeting of council with new wording.
Right. Thank you, Councillor Hutton. In that case, we then move to item 16.3 from Councillor Venchulo, Protections for Elected Members.
Thank you. I'm happy to move it.
Yeah, you're willing to move. And a seconder, seconded by Councillor Hill.
Thank you. Colleagues, the motion before us sits within a much wider challenge facing local governments across Western Australia. The digital environment has changed rapidly, and we now face levels of targeted harassment, coordinated misinformation, and reputational manipulation that simply just didn't exist a decade ago. Criticism of council decisions is not only expected, it is necessary. That is the essence of public service. But what we are seeing today is something fundamentally different. The industrialisation of online hostility, the deliberate spread of misinformation, falsehoods, and the rise of anonymous or proxy platforms that seek not to challenge ideas, but to personally damage those elected to represent their communities and escalate hostility. This is not unique to Joondalup. Just last week, City of Stirling Deputy Mayor Perkov was quoted in Perth Now reflecting on this growing pattern across his council. He said, "In my 8 years, I've never seen some of us be attacked that way on social media to change public opinion. The way they look at this is totally misleading and misdirected. When you play the man and not the ball, it really shows desperation." His experience reflects a sector-wide escalation. When councillors across metropolitan Perth are reporting unprecedented levels of coordinated digital aggression, we have a responsibility to take the issue seriously. 2025 has shown us more clearly than any previous year that the existing legislative and policy settings are no longer adequate for the digital environment we are now operating in. Not to shield elected members from scrutiny, but to ensure democratic participation remains safe, factual, and grounded in integrity. This is not a motion for the benefit of councillors. It is a motion for the benefit of the democratic process. One of the challenges we face is that, unlike state and federal parliamentarians, local government elected members do not have absolute parliamentary privilege. We only hold limited qualified privilege, and even then, only inside this chamber and only when speaking in good faith. Outside of formal meetings, we have no protection at all. This means that when misinformation or defamatory claims are spread online, elected members cannot safely correct a record without exposing themselves to personal legal risk. That vulnerability is a significant part of the problem this motion is seeking to address. Our administration has been clear that psychosocial safety is now a legislative responsibility under the WHS Act, and that the current framework does not reflect the realities councillors are operating in. Under the World Health and Safety Act, local governments must recognise psychosocial hazards, including harassment and intimidation. Whether we like it or not, online conduct has become a significant part of the modern workplace environment for elected members. Reform is not about comfort, it is about compliance with the duties placed on us as local government. This motion does not silence debate. It does not block criticism. It strengthens the environment in which that debate takes place. It does not prevent residents from expressing strong or passionate views about council decisions. It simply calls for a contemporary legislative and regulatory framework that reflects the realities of 2025. Anonymous smear pages, misinformation campaigns, targeted character attacks, and coordinated efforts to distort public perception are not hallmarks of healthy democracy. They are symptoms of a system that has not kept pace with the digital era. Our role is to ensure that the democratic process remains robust, safe, and grounded in facts. We should not allow the next generation of community leaders to inherit a system that leaves them exposed, unsupported, and unable to safely participate in public debate. Local governments across the state are grappling with the same pressures, and Joondalup has an opportunity to lead by addressing these realities with clarity, responsibility, and foresight. If we want future generations to put their hand up to serve, we cannot pretend that this problem will resolve itself. This motion represents a responsible, state-aligned approach to safeguarding integrity, safety, and meaningful participation across WA's local government sector. If we want a democracy that is worthy of the next generation, then we must be willing to update the systems that no longer serve it. This motion does exactly that. I commend the motion and I implore you all to support it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Vinciulo. Councillor Hill.
I'll reserve my right, thank you.
Thank you. Any further comments from members? Okay, Councillor Hill. Councillor Hill.
Okay, in that case, I'd like to commend Councillor Vinciulo for his extremely eloquent notice of motion, which includes a very clear presentation of the reason for the motion and also a very clear and detailed comments from the city officers. Councillor Vinciulo has also given a compelling statement tonight seeking support from elected members. This notice of motion recognises the responsibilities of the City of Joondalup under workplace health and safety legislation, and in particular the risks of psychosocial hazards to our elected members. In essence, the notice of motion is intended to reduce the risk of elected members being subjected to unwarranted bullying, harassment, threats and intimidation. I will make some comments now which will lead to a question for the Director of Governance. The City already has a policy, legal representation for council members and employees' council policy. Section 4.2 of that policy details examples of legal representation costs that may be approved. Section 4.2a states that the City may approve legal representation costs where proceedings are brought against a council member or employee in connection with his or her functions, for example, an action for defamation or negligence arising out of a decision made or action taken by the council member or employee. Section 4.2.2 states that the City will not approve the payment of legal representation costs to a council member or employee for a defamation action or a negligence action instituted by the council member or employee. A question, if I may, through you, Mr. Mayor. I would appreciate if the relevant director can elaborate on these two alternative scenarios and clarify why costs may be covered in the first scenario, but not in the second scenario. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Parry.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, the policy of the City legal representation for council members is based upon the Department of Local Government's own model policy as well. So the City has adopted, I think, en bloc, this legal representation policy. So with regard to the particular sections that Councillor Hill has spoken to, 4.1 must be satisfied first, and if they are satisfied, then the City might approve legal representation costs. But those costs are in relation to the A, where those proceedings are brought against a council member, and part 2.2 refers to where it's instigated by or wished to be instigated by a council member for personal and defamation action, that can't be approved within the policy. Although there is a mention in here about extenuating circumstances or exceptional circumstances, which I understand that the department hasn't actually defined, so that remains unclear, I think, to the city and perhaps the sector as to what those exceptional circumstances might actually involve.
Councillor Hill.
Yeah, thank you for the clarification. I don't make this point in order to seek payment for elected members for defamation, but I'm seeking to highlight that there is already a policy relating to it, and in my interpretation, somewhat incongruously, if an elected member is subject to a defamation action from a third party on part of some action he may have taken, then he may be entitled to some payment for legal support. However, if somebody defames an elected member and the elected member wishes to take defamation action, it seems like they don't get any support. So that's why I make the point. I would request that all elected members and community members in attendance or watching online praise themselves of the reason for the motion and the officer's comments. Those words are key for anyone wishing to understand the motion before council this evening. I will read out the closing paragraph from the officer's comment, as it's too long to read the whole thing. It is considered that the recommendation can be supported as it seeks to explore opportunities to better manage risks associated with safety and well-being, including psychosocial safety, whilst strengthening democratic governance practices. I think that paragraph sums up very well why all elected members should support this motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Vinciulo, can you turn off your microphone? Thank you. Councillor Mercer.
Thank you, Mayor. Having dealt with psychosocial hazards for the last few years in previous roles, I will admit the rise of psychosocial hazards in every sector of workplaces is increasing. It has become the new black instead of being orange, right? What I must say, though, is the obligations of the city or the PCBU. For any councillor, volunteer, worker to identify a hazard in the workplace, which a psychosocial hazard is, they have an obligation to report that hazard, and the city has an obligation to investigate it and then to report back to that person of what they're doing about it. Sorry. Coming into 6.2, where it says identify practical improvements to current processes and support mechanisms for responding to harmful online conduct. This also comes down to the city's work health and safety policies and procedures. They should have, or they do have, such, and it's all about mitigating the risk, doing a risk assessment and then following those processes. Where I am a very strong advocate for any form of psychosocial hazard in any workplace or volunteer role, I will not be supporting this motion.
Thank you, Councillor Mercer. Are there any other further comments? Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. There's a whole range of, obviously, points to the notice of motion, and I understand where the rationale is coming from, but in terms of where I sit as it goes through, it's just seeking to ask for immediate action in terms of writing to various organisations and advocate for these reforms. Where I have an issue with is the seeking of support for elected members to basically fund defamation actions against members of the public. And that just leaves, well, it's a bad look that we're going to actually use ratepayer money and make it available for pretty much any defamation action that an elected member may wish to instigate. Defamation actions are expensive, time-consuming, and I would not want to see ratepayer funds, city funds used to fund such actions being instigated from elected members. I understand the policy is in place, and that is allowing elected members to defend themselves against a defamation action on the basis that they've done the right thing. Similarly, the implications of seeking full privilege in order to respond to comments made, I don't understand why that would be required. If an incorrect statement has been made, then you don't need protection to make a statement of fact to clarify the point and defend yourself. My concern around the privilege that's bestowed upon state and federal members is where it is actually used by those members of parliament to actually denigrate and defame members of the public, and those members have no right to defend themselves or do anything and have that corrected within those records. So it's said, it's done, it's made public, and there's nothing that can be done. There's no defamation action against that being said. So from my point of view, I don't support trying to seek privilege, increased privilege in order to make comments that pretty much may encourage defamation of members of the public. So we cop criticism, it's a fact of life. We would be careful about who we consider to be the groups that are making comments and attacking both members of local government as well as candidates that are running in local government. There's various pages, and some of those are actually active organisations, sporting groups, and where they're seeking support for things that they want, and candidates that may not support it suddenly find themselves under attack because of their point and stance on something. So is this meant to cover off on the psychosocial safety from those sort of attacks? How do we identify the groups? I think it's too broad at this point in time. There needs to be further work considered as part of it, but as it stands, I don't support it, and I think it's not a good look when we talk about the cost challenges we face to then be looking to allocate budget amounts into potential legal funds for basically actions against members of the public. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Aftis. Councillor O'Neill.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just really quickly, if I could, before I start, I think it was seconded by Councillor Hill. It's got on here noting that it's seconded by Councillor Count, so I think that's a bit of an error there.
Correct, it was seconded by Councillor Hill.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I won't be supporting this. You know, look, we have to be thick-skinned as elected members. People are going to say things. People are always going to say and do things, especially on media platforms. You know, we've watched things over this last election that, you know, there's some pretty some pretty bad stuff was said on these platforms, and I wouldn't like to be part of those sorts of groups of people that were spruiking that sort of stuff. But yeah, we do have to be thick-skinned when we accept these positions. We all know what it means going into this. We all know that people are going to look at you, people are going to make judgments, they're going to base their judgments based on your actions. And they will make judgments based on anything else if they've got to be in their bonnet about something. So you've just got to take it as it comes. I do not support the city being, you know, obviously at the purse strings for elected members that decided to, they wanted to go after members of the public, so to speak, which is how I see this reads. I see there's a lot of other issues with which I won't go into it, but you know, I will say that we all enter this arena knowing what it is, knowing that we will be, you know, live streamed. People will misquote us. People will take things that we've said for one thing and give an example of that as another thing. It happens. It's part of the job. We don't do the job and, you know, get offended. We do the job so that we can help the community. So yeah, I won't be supporting this at all.
Thank you, Councillor O'Neill. Any further comments? Councillor Pizzi.
Thank you, through you, Chair. I appreciate the intent of this motion and I support it in parts. I would prefer to see this motion come back with a request for advocacy to local government minister to allow councillors to have parliamentary privilege and allow councillors to address misinformation that cannot be addressed at this time, as to address that information often would require a councillor to speak against a councillor decision. Enhancing councillors are gagged to fix their reputational damage through purposeful misinformation under the Local Government Act. This, to me, should not be a part of the job. As a councillor, we are here representing what we think is best for the community, and not being able to state what we think that is a big concern. Some of this motion, I think, is applicable and appropriate. Some of it, I feel, is very broad in meaning and could be narrowed to better protect councillors and community members alike. Wording such as harmful and harassment or intimidation, I would like seen removed from this, and then I could further consider it. So I am going to request that we amend this motion to remove all words of harmful, harassment and intimidation, which I feel have very broad meanings, to narrow this motion.
Councillor Pizzi, I'm going to need to strike out the amendment. You've already spoken to the motion, so you spoke before raising the amendment. You gave reasons for or against parts of the motion, so you entered into debate. So I cannot accept the amendment. So if you wish to conclude your time in statement, that's fine, but I cannot accept an amendment.
Okay, thank you for the clarification. I would like to support parts of this for the reasons that I have said, and I would request that we vote on all of these points separately.
Thank you. Councillor Pizzi, is that all for your statement?
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I know a number of elected members have asked me to put these elements separately, and as Councillor Pizzi has requested, I will. Are there any other further comments on the motion at this time? Councillor Hutton.
Yes, I just have some questions. They are potentially for the mover, but I don't think that's allowed. So, just walking through, obviously there's a lot going on here. I accept point 1 is effectively just an acknowledgement. Point 2, we're obviously, the first sentence in point 2, we're recognising we're basically stating a fact. And then on the second part of part 2, it says, this leaves elected members vulnerable to significant personal, legal and reputational risk when responding to misinformation, harassment or defamatory claims made outside formal council proceedings. I'm just trying to work out what we're actually referring to here, because if you're responding to these claims made outside of council proceedings, even if you were a member of parliament, you still wouldn't be covered. So I'm just wanting to check, is this actually saying if during a council meeting you respond to a comment made outside of the meeting, you are not protected? Is that what it's saying?
I think, I'm going to take this as a question and I'm going to answer it the best I can, but I would suggest that you put your questions into your statement and ask Councillor Benchulo to address those in response.
Okay.
Given it's his motion and what his intent is, and I know the wording in this is very, very broad.
Yeah.
So I presume, looking at this, the last phrase is outside of formal council meetings. and it's responding to those comments outside of formal council meetings. So it isn't saying that outside of formal council meetings there isn't that protection, which is the same as Parliament. If you're not making the comments while Parliament's sitting, you have no protection, if that answers your question.
Yeah, okay. I'll just make a comment. As I say then, it's, yeah, again, like, part two, I'm kind of on the fence about it because we're just recognising a fact. I just need a bit of clarity around what that assent and consensus is actually meaning. I think there's been a lot of discussion about us requesting parliamentary privilege. Obviously, point two doesn't actually request it, it just notes a fact. So I'm just trying to get my head around, are we noting a fact or are we asking for something additional there? So I suppose I'm open potentially to that point, but I just need some clarification from the mover. Obviously, yeah, there's this question of writing to the ministers on all of these issues. To be honest, I know as you're putting the motion, to me there's actually potentially a need to move each individual point separately because they all have their different strengths to them. I know that's going to be a very long process. Again, we're advocating for these things. Whether or not you feel these are good things or bad things, I think we advocate for a lot of things. Doesn't always make a difference. So I'm kind of torn on this. I'm happy to pick out the ones that I agree with and the ones that I'm not so sure about. Yeah, there's obviously this point as well, 5, request that Walga State Council examine options which address the motion. Obviously, I think there's a process by which our Walga representatives can move it at a Walga zone meeting, and then it can kind of move up the chain to directly request to Walga State Council. I'm not really sure how that process works, but as I say, I'm happy to interpret that that we're requesting our delegates effectively push this up the chain through that process. So yeah, as I say, I don't know. I agree with some of it, but when I'm looking at the wording, I'm actually struggling to see where it clearly is stating that we're asking for parliamentary privilege. I'm just seeing sort of an acknowledgement that we don't have it, and I think that's factually true. We don't have parliamentary privilege. We are open to legal challenges. So I don't know, I would just stress people when they're voting for it or when they're analysing what people have voted and why they've voted, please be very specific to the words, because I think there's probably been a little bit of hyperbole used in articulating what some of these points make. And I say that as someone who agrees with some of the points and disagrees with other of the points, but that's based on the actual language. I would also just make the final point, obviously, as chair of the policy committee, anything that's to do with changing the policy committee rules is still going to have to come through the policy committee process. So we are partway through that. I will ask a question through you, Mayor, if I may, and I did ask you this before the meeting. From a procedural perspective, given part of this motion is to do with the policy or something that's in the arena of the policy committee, is there actually the ability for part of a motion to be referred to the policy committee, or is it better just to effectively vote it down and then get it to be re-raised through that process? What would be the mechanism to refer the items relevant to the policy committee to the policy committee?
So there isn't an ability to refer in part to the policy committee, but as far as to your question, I think you're thinking about point 6. The other elements don't deal with policies. But as far as point 6, which is asking the CEO to develop a report, I presume that report, if it's about developing the elected members' legal representation policy, that then would come through the policy committee. I might seek some concurrence from Director Parry that report would go through the policy committee if it was accepted for point 6.
Yes, through Mayor. Yes, that is correct. This would be referred to the policy committee.
Yep. And to answer the second half of your question, if element 6 is not supported, then of course there is the opportunity for members of the policy committee to request a report through that process or put up a motion to that committee to review the policy with particular elements which may or may not be different from these.
Yeah, so again, I just rounded my point. Again, there's been a lot of, I guess, strong points made for and against this motion, but to be honest, when I look at it, I think it's signalling a lot of things, but is it actually delivering that strikeout blow and achieving anything? I'm not so sure. I think the most that it does is it definitely asks us to write a letter to the listed ministers and departments and commissioners on the set issues, but everything else effectively is going to have to come back to council through a process of one way or the other. And at those times, I suppose we can delve right into it. But to be honest, at the moment, I'm certainly not in a position to amend the city's legal representation policy at this meeting today. But at the same time, the motion doesn't actually request that of me. The motion asks me to request the CEO examine those options and produce the report back to the policy committee. So I would just ask everyone to be balanced in their consideration. But yeah, I really do think we're going to have to work through this line by line. And whether or not it passes or fails, I do think we should be monitoring psychosocial risks on an ongoing basis. And I think we do that as a council, so this is just part of the process. But as I say, I thank Councillor Vincil for putting the motion forward, and I also thank those for voicing their opinions. I think it's a complicated topic, and there's no perfect solution, so let's do what we can to strive to improve the current situation.
Thank you. Councillor O'Neill, do you have a question?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, it is a question. It might be a procedural question. I was just going to ask if you would reconsider your position in voting for this separately. It's so convoluted, and it's very difficult to identify one to the other. And this evening, after reading this, I'm even more confused by bits of this, bits of that, and if one's voted forward and one's voted down. And perhaps, as Councillor Hutton suggested, that these items, if they don't get, if they're not successful, then they could be brought up in policy committee. However, I'd just like it known that I feel extremely uncomfortable voting for bits yes and no here with this much information.
I will, thank you, Councillor O'Neill, but I will still be putting the items separately. I think it is possible to separate some of the items. So 1 and 2 are separable. I see voting on then 3.1, 3.2, 3.3 as separate. I think that's possible. And then 4 can be separated, 6 can be separated, 7 can be separated. The only one which is a bit more of a concern is 5 if nothing else succeeds, but I will still put it in there. Because I think even if number 1 succeeds and 5 succeeds, then psychosocial risk can be addressed like that way, for example. I'm not saying a minimal view, depending on what people do. So I will still put it all separately. Councillor Chester.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Let me thank Councillor Vincil for bringing this subject up. We are indeed criticised fairly at times, and I really don't even mind unfair criticism. But unfortunately, I've experienced in my 16 years as a councillor accusations that I've taken advantage of my position as a councillor. I take this as a personal responsibility. I will go back at the person that suggests that I'm corrupt in some way, and will suggest that the perpetrator retract the comment, which they usually do, thankfully, and I've never had to take defamation action against anyone up to this point. But I make the point, under no circumstances do I expect the city in any way to financially support me if I take defamation action against anyone. And I'm not so sure that that's the intent of Councillor Vincilo's notice of motion. I think there is some merit, and I'm alluding here to Section 6, request the CEO to examine and report on measures available to the city to better manage psychosocial risks to elected members arising from online harassment, bullying or intimidation. Now that's quite different, as some are suggesting that the city should fund a defamation action. So I will be supporting parts of the notice of motion and absolutely refute the suggestion that we are expecting the city to fund any personal defamation action that we take. So I just wanted to make that point clear. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Chester. Any last comments or questions? Councillor Hill, question.
question, if I may. This is to the relevant director, and it relates to workplace health and safety and the legal requirements that the city has under workplace health and safety law for psychosocial hazards. I think it would be helpful if the city could provide some clarity and confidence to elected members that they will be supported if they experience bullying, harassment, threats and intimidation. I am concerned that some elected members may be of the view that we should just have thick skin and it's part of the job. So any assistance from the governance, from the director would be appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you. Director Parry.
Through you, Mr Mayor, thank you very much for the question, Councillor Hill. Of course, the city takes its obligations with regard to the Work Health and Safety Act very seriously, and particularly in relation to psychosocial hazards, which are becoming much more predominant within our society and organisations, and it doesn't extend just to elected members, but also to staff. We do have an approach to managing psychosocial hazards, which includes a raft of information. We also do have a range of improvement opportunities that we have within our HR improvement plan, which we would like to explore further, particularly in relation to psychosocial safety and well-being, and looking at some of the work that's being done with local governments over east, which seem to be a bit more ahead of us than Western Australia. So there are opportunities to improve the mitigating of the hazards which are currently occurring within workplaces.
Thank you. Councillor Hill.
Follow-up question, if I may. Would the city potentially be willing to organise workshops on psychosocial hazards for elected members under the workplace health and safety regulations? I think it may be beneficial for elected members to understand better what the legal obligations of the city are and any obligations on individual elected members. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hill. Director Parry.
Through you, Mr Mayor, I believe that we did hold a session last year on work health and safety legislation with elected members, but if there is a request from elected members to have a session, we could engage with someone, particularly our insurers, who are very knowledgeable in this particular area, to provide further information to elected members on mitigating some of those risks.
Thank you. And a final question, if I may. Recognising that although there may have been some workshops, maybe more are required, could I ask the city to acknowledge, is it possible that there's a scenario where elected members are subjected to bullying, harassment, threats and intimidation in this digital environment that we're in today and be completely unaware of it because they're either blocked from those groups or sites? So how can a elected member respond and refute something when things are put on websites or Facebook groups that the elected member is not allowed to be a member of? Thank you.
Thank you. Director Parry.
Through Mr Mayor, that's a very difficult question, and yeah, being a member of a social media group, that hearing things that are said about you personally where you are not permitted to be part of it, I don't know how you would actually deal with that. Perhaps I think that we also have some guidelines for elected members in dealing with some of those social media commentary on other people's sites as well. So perhaps I'd refer all elected members back to that guidance, which I think is on the elected members portal. And if that requires updating or some further information about how to manage some of those commentary on other social media sites, then elected members could provide us with some feedback on some areas for improvement, and we could have a look at enhancing those guidelines.
Councillor Hill.
Thank you. That would be good. I think some elected members were referring earlier that members can respond to this criticism, but if you're not aware of it, how can you respond? Thank you.
Thank you. Any further comments or questions? Okay, I've got some comments from myself. I think a lot of what's in the motion, a lot of what we should vote on depends what's in the motion text itself. not, I think, just a general concern. I think Councillor Vinciullo is quite right to raise psychosocial issues, especially in an online environment. And when I look at point 1 of the motion, that's something I see I can support, is that it is an increasing space where there are concerns, there is bullying, harassment, and genuine safety risks at times. Point 2, recognising that we don't have qualified privilege. We don't have parliamentary privilege. We have qualified privilege. But at the same time, truth in defamation proceedings or other claims is usually an absolute defence. With the Local Government Standards Panel, that's a separate matter, but putting that aside, as far as legal risks, which are referred to here, truth is an absolute defence in defamation matters. So I'm not so concerned in the sense that it puts elected members at legal risks if they are responding to some of these matters that are in themselves purely defamatory matters. I do make the observation, though, that I think it's important to understand that the public is entitled to look at a set of facts, to make an interpretation of those facts, form an opinion, and communicate that opinion to other electors. And when political communication has been considered by other bodies, by the High Court, when they considered the freedom of the implied freedom of political communication in the Constitution, there were a number of comments by Justice Kirby, who was on the High Court at the time, and he said that insult and invective will always be part of Australian political discourse, that we should accept the public, and to summarise some of his comments, he said that we should accept the public the way in which they engage with and communicate. That can sometimes be insulting, it can be hurtful, it can be nasty, but the public is also entitled at times to be wrong and to make wrong interpretations or emotional pleas to their elected members, which may not always be the correct or most polite way of dealing with matters. One of the concerns which was raised from him is about ensuring too much that the public sphere is too civilised, is that for those people who may not have those skills, that it does put them at a disadvantage. Of course, this motion is not necessarily dealing with those sort of matters, but it's trying to go to the question of harassment and defamation and misinformation. And the question is, how far should we advocate or respond to deal with that? When I look at what's in the motion, then coming to point 3, what concerns me is some of the elements around point 3.3, which is advocating for legislative measures to create investigation processes and sanction processes against individuals. To me, that worries me about where that goes, not just because of what is the process that would be created, but things like that have a chilling effect on speech. And then, of course, Councillor Chester, I'd encourage you on point 6 to read on with what is requested for the CEO's report. It says, including, on the end of that phrase, including reviewing the city's legal representation policy for allowing costs to be reimbursed for matters related to defamation. So the report that is being requested is asking for there to be a review to allow costs to be considered for defamation actions by elected members towards members of the public. I think we should take psychosocial risks seriously, and I think as a council that's something going forward we need to consider. There is always inappropriate comment in the public sphere, and it's about how we respond and deal with that. I think trying to find ways to... I think some of these measures is the wrong approach. I think there needs to be a different approach with what's happening, but I'm just not sure that these are the correct approach to deal with those concerns. It does worry me having a policy which does allow reimbursement for defamation actions. Even if it's not used, the members of the public then become afraid with engaging with the council in ways that they might ordinarily. At the same time, reflecting on the last election, there was there was a lot of commentary which occurred during that election, which I would say crossed the line. That was, in fact, at least I can only speak of matters which related to me and people around me, which was in fact defamatory. I had people asserting that my family members had assaulted people, which did not happen. To put it bluntly, I had other people asserting all sorts of other claims. So I do think there is a space where anonymous pages do need to be dealt with, and the people who spread those comments do need to answer for them. But I think general provisions, especially with such wide wording, which is included in this motion, concerns me. So I'll be supporting 1 and 2 and some of the elements around 6 I find problematic, and 3 problematic as well, setting up alternative complaint pathways. So I'll stop there at the end of my time. Councillor Vinciulo.
Thank you. Through you. Before I close, I just want to address some of the sentiment around the table and address a few of the conversational points. In relation to, I guess, censorship or silencing critics, with respect, this motion does not silence criticism. It strengthens the environment in which that criticism can occur by ensuring councillors can safely correct misinformation without legal exposure. Protecting debate is not the same as restricting it. In relation to the motion being unnecessary overreach, ministerial agencies, WAGA, and our own administration have all recognised that the current framework no longer reflects the realities of 2025. This is not overreach, it is alignment with the sector leadership. With reference to the privilege and protections and code of conduct, councillors do not have absolute parliamentary privilege, as discussed, and qualified privilege applies only in this chamber and only in good faith. The reality is, outside these meetings, there's really not that protection, which is exactly why harmful narratives remain unchallenged. This motion is simply addressing that gap. In relation to the legal costs and the legal exposure, this motion does not commit the city to any costs. It's a review process. It asks the Minister and WAGA to explore sector-wide reform so local governments have consistent guidance. It's about clarity, not expenditure. So I don't know where we're coming from on that position. And finally, protecting councillors, not the community. In relation to protecting council and the community, this motion protects the democratic process by ensuring elected members can participate in public debate safely and transparently. When that environment is hostile or distorted, the community is the first to be misled. Colleagues, I want to thank you again for your contributions. But I must say, at the heart of this motion is a simple truth. The environment in which local government operates has changed, but the framework that protects democratic participation has not kept pace. We are not choosing between free speech and safety. We are choosing a framework that upholds both. Nothing in this motion prevents scrutiny, nothing limits dissent, nothing restricts the public's right to speak. What it does is acknowledge that coordinated misinformation, digital intimidation, and reputational manipulation have become real psychosocial hazards under the Work Health and Safety Act. Ignoring that reality does not protect democracy at all, it weakens it. Our own administration has confirmed that councillors have limited qualified privilege, no protection outside this chamber, and rising exposure when responding to harmful content online. We cannot ask people to serve their community while refusing to modernise the conditions in which they serve. This is a responsible, balanced, and sector-aligned motion, and I appreciate its detail, but it's detailed for a reason. It seeks dialogue, not directives. It seeks review, not new powers, and it seeks to strengthen, not silence, democratic engagement. Joondalup is at its best when it leads with clarity and integrity. Supporting this motion does exactly that. I implore you to support it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Vinciulo. We'll now vote on the item separately as the way in which I described in the meeting, in the debate. So if we could vote on point 1 first. This is acknowledging the increased vulnerability to psychosocial risks. Could cast your votes on the screens, please. I declare the voting closed and the item carried unanimously. And item 2, we can vote on that. for item 2. Councillor Chester. Thank you. I declare the voting closed and the item carried. And then for point 3, I said I'd put 3.1, 3.2 and 3.3 separately. So if we could do 3.1. If we could all vote on 3.1. So this is protections for local government elected members. I declare the voting closed and the item carried. 3.2, which is a review of the electoral regulations to address misinformation and anonymous proxy campaigns. We could vote on that item. I declare the voting closed and the item is it? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And the item is lost. Is that correct? Yep. The item is lost. And then 3.3, so this is about addressing online content, bullying behaviours, including enabling investigations. We could vote on 3.3 separately. And the item, sorry, Councillor Hutton, you need to vote. Oh, sorry. Yep, so that is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 against 5. The item is lost. Then moving to point 4, voting separately on this one. Request the Department of Local Government for guidance, responding to and considers, yep, reviewing. That's the one. If we could vote on this one. Declare the voting closed and the item is, oh sorry, Councillor Chester. The item is carried. And then point 5, which is Walga State Council. Councillor Chester. Okay, I declare the voting closed. The item is carried. And point 6, this is the review of the city's policy with 6.1 and 6.2.
You're putting those separately, Mr. Mayor.
I said in the debate I'd put them together. So if we can vote on 6. Councillor Pizzey?
Yes, I'm just having a little trouble because I thought we were voting for it separately, so I had decided separately on this one.
Thank you. I declare the voting closed and the item is not carried. And then number 7, requesting the minister to review the election. To identify, yeah, that's the one.
Clarity, Mr Mayor, what
Yes.
item are we voting on exactly?
Number 7. Thank you. I declare the voting closed and the item is carried. Thank you, everyone. That brings us to the end of the public section of tonight's meeting. So I'm just getting the motion up for us to close the meeting to the public. So in accordance with Section 523 of the Local Government Act and Clause 5.2 of the City's Meeting Procedures Local Law, I'm seeking a motion for us to close the meeting to the public for the items on the screen to be heard confidentially. Could I get a mover? Moved to Councillor Hill, seconded by the Deputy Mayor. Could I get a show of hands of those in favour? That carries unanimously. Thank you. doesn't appear that anybody's present in the meeting, so I'd like to call for a motion to resume the operation of clause 4.3 of the City of Joondalup Meeting Procedures Order of Business. Moved by Councillor Hutton, seconded by Councillor Hill. Could I have a show of hands of those in favour? And that carries unanimously. The next item of business following on from our order is announcements of notice of motion for the next meeting. So this is in February. Does anyone, Councillor Hutton?
Yeah, thank you. I want to give notice of my reworded motion that I withdrew from earlier today. So I'm planning to submit this in the next couple of days to give the administration ample time to provide a comment. The motion will read that Council 1 requests the Chief Executive Officer begin the process of discontinuing the city's sister-city relationship. 2, requests the Chief Executive Officer prepare a report outlining the steps required to discontinue the sister-cities relationship. And 3, requests that the report be presented to Council no later than May 2026 to enable consideration of any associated matters as part of the 2026-27 annual budget.
Thank you, Councillor Hutton. Are there any other members wishing to give notice of motions? No. In that case, I conclude tonight's council meeting at 11:27 p.m. Thank you, everyone, for attending.